Hello and welcome to this special interview with the Liberian Journal magazine. I'm here with my colleague, Abdullah Kiatama, and Ralph Tolbert. My name is James Kuala. We're here with Ambassador George Weah, uh, a leading political figure in Liberia, and he's here in Minnesota during the ongoing convention of the Center of Democratic Change in the USA. Welcome to our interview, sir.
Thank you very much. It's
Oh,
an
You,
honor.
you're here for a convention. Tell me exactly what does this convention mean to you?
But it's important that all our chapter, I mean, most especially our auxiliaries here in the U.S. Have a convention because we need to put our officers in place. People that way promote the image of the party, and so it's important that we put a structure. So that why the convention was important. Just flew from Monrovia, came here because we have to support the convention because we wanted to have an organizational structure. So it's important to us because having an organizational structure is important to the entire CDC body. You know, CDC both Monrovia and the USA. So I think that was important for our people to be organized.
The convention started yesterday. Today is day two. Plenary was yesterday. Today is workshop and voting. How far is the process, and how do you feel about the process so far?
Well, I think you saw the debate, what you were part of as a moderator. I think that we've been here for 2 days now, and it's been very great. It's been very good, and I'm glad I able to come back to Minnesota after all the years, to see you, see our good friend Abdullah. But again, it was a good exchange, where people come forward to put forward the capability to show leadership, to let people know that they can build confidence in them. I think it was important that we always need a beautiful debate, and that what the convention is all about, to sell ourselves. And we petition by people, and then we come to convince them that we are the people that they are selected to run the ship of affairs, and we have to convince them.
Let me sidetrack from the convention and speak to a very specific and crucial issue that is unfolding in Liberia, specifically as it relates to your party. Recently, the Secretary General of the CDC, Eugene Namwe, traveled with President Salif to the United States when she was visiting with President Obama. There are rumors in Monrovia that there is a political undertone when it comes to his travel with Madame Salif, meaning that there was some monetary undertone. It happens in 2005 when you traveled with the government to the donors conference. You were attacked, and there was rumors in Monrovia also about you getting some money. How true is it? Can you speak to that issue?
Well, in 2005, when I traveled with the government, I traveled in the interest of the Liberian people in our country. Because we were coming to a donor conference, and being the leader of the major political party, and I needed to go there to solicit with the government to help our country. I think it was a beautiful thing. A lot of political parties felt that they criticized the government at that time that they were not going to the donor conference. But I went based on our meetings, our executive meeting, and then we decided to go and then help the Liberian government to solicit funds to rebuild our country. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In that vein, Eugene Namwe this year came with the government, to help and let people know that that's why we are opponent, political opponent. But again, any good thing for the country is important. So Eugene came, but that's the routine. Every time the government traveling, they will invite one leader of a political party. So this time it was us. But again, that we're in political time, and people want to, delve into our strength, and thinking that by saying negative things about the stand above the biggest political party, the People Party, it will bring down our strength. But I think that's the wrong thing to do, because the people that I work with, the people that I represent, they know my character, they know I have a credibility at stake, they know I've served them before, and they have confidence in me. Like I said.
So we are, because the CDC is a grassroots party, because the people believe in grassroots development. Can you assure them that the rumor that has been circulating is untrue, and that they can still uphold that value to the CDC, that there is no monetary undertone when it comes to Mr. Namwe's travel with Madam Salib?
Well, definitely, like I told you, there will be no way I will compromise the people desire for change for anything. If I ever did that. Then I was my way recused myself from politics. I brought all my resources on board, and I brought my energy. And I put everything forward for the people. I don't think I will compromise that. I think it's a good thing. The fact that CDC is established. This is one of the first things that ever happened to the grassroots people. We saw back of my few times. But this is great. This is a revolution. This is a new generation emerging. To show to the world that they acquire all the knowledge, and then they can implement it by governing their own country, by promoting the image of the country, bringing back the credibility that's lost, and then to develop their country. I think that's one of the best things. And I want to be part of that process. I don't think I want to jeopardize that, because if anything happened, that the good will come to Liberia through a CDC government, I will be part of it. So that the principle CDC was established on, transparency and accountability. There's no way, that I will come, and compromise the life of the people for my own personal aggrandizement. It's never been, and it will never be. But again, I don't want to criticize the fourth estates, but one the kind of stories being put out there, the person that put it have to substantiate, have to corroborate that story. But I don't want to give it relevance, because I know, even Ellen Johnson herself know, I would never ever sit with her and negotiate money. The first time I sat with Ellen Johnson during the 2005 elections, and what we talk about is that the election was fraudulent, and we sat down, we spoke, about in the interest of the people, we must leave the whole thing, that'll move on, after 15 years of civil crisis. And a lot of people accuse me of taking $5 million, to give the results. But again, Kwada, when you work in the interest of the people and you do the right thing, people always criticize. But I know deep down in my heart that I've never taken a penny from anybody to compromise and our people's lives.
So you still maintain your claims that the elections of 2005 were fraudulent?
Well, definitely, the Election Commission said it. They said that, yes, there was some fraud, but they can't override the decision. So while we're saying that for the sake of peace, we're gonna move on. But at the end of the day, you can say that somebody steals something, but what is stole is little. I mean, stealing is stealing, like we're talking about corruption today. If somebody take $50,000 in the government coffer, then you're going to say because it's 50,000, so it's not big, so they'll forget about it, and then they can't override. No, once you steal, you steal. They don't have big and small stealing. So I think the fact that the Election Commission said that there was fraud, and nobody can override the decision, then I maintain that the election results were not free and fair.
Okay, finally, it has been rumored in Monrovia and other circles that there is a pending merger between the CDC and the Unity Party.
Like I said in there, we the biggest political movement, we are the opposition. When you talk about Derby, we are the team that goes to Derby with Unity Party. If we join Unity Party, then there will be no competition. Then we'll narrow the competition. But what we do is to participate in the political process by engaging political parties. Even the government, we express our views, our people's views, how they feel to the government, but it's not to join them. And also, all of the other political parties we've been talking to, yes, we're trying to form an alliance, we're trying to collaborate. But we're working towards it. That's why we formed a secretariat for all the parties to come. That what you saw in the by-elections, after we won the first round and then we had to go, we had to solicit from other political parties. And I think to build a team is important because it's a win-win-win situation. So that our method of engaging with political party is to make sure that they come on board so we can move the country forward.
The lens is next.
This program is made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to Independent Lens. I'm Terrence Howard, your host. Now, in 2006, she became the first woman ever elected president of an African nation. Now, for a moment, the people of Liberia forgot their troubles. The unemployment, corruption, crippling debt, the aftermath of a 14-year civil war. They hoped that she would fix everything. They never imagined that she would tell them the truth.
Are we ready? Ready or not, we've got to get on a path. I may face demonstration, I may face anger, but I think in the end it's good for our country.
Independent filmmakers Daniel Youngie and Seattle Scott Johnson find a hint of hope as they follow the Liberian president through her first year in office. She's inspiring generations of women to take charge of their future and the future of Africa. Iron Ladies of Liberia, next on Independent Lens.
January 16, 2006 will always be remembered in Liberia. I personally will remember this day for the rest of my life. As a journalist, as a woman, and as a Liberian. After 14 years of civil war and chaos, today, Africa's first elected female president, the Iron Lady, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, will take office. A group of us formed Omati Africa Media at the end of the Civil War to document this new chapter in Liberian history. We asked the president if we could join her and her team for her first year in office, a year which would determine the future of our country. She said yes.
Mrs. Laura Bush, wife of the President of the United States of America, with the Secretary of State, Her Excellency Dr. Condoleezza Rice.
It's amazing how she can stay so calm and collective. She functions better under pressure.
I think there's too many years of being through too many kinds of experiences. After a while, you get hardened. And you take it all in stride, the good and the bad. Today is probably going to surpass it all. I think for obvious reasons. You don't get inaugurated. And for the first time in our country's history, as a woman, and Africa is represented here so fully.
Republic of Liberia.
Of the Republic of Liberia.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Fellow Liberians, we know that your vote was a vote for change. We have heard you loudly. The days of the imperial presidency of a domineering and threatening chief executives are over. God bless you all and save the Republic.
With all the celebration around Ellen's inauguration, it was like for a moment, we forgot all the troubles she has ahead of her. For 14 years, what was all we knew in Liberia? Now we have peace, but the infrastructure is destroyed. There is no running water or public electricity anywhere in the country. Our debt is 30 times greater than our annual budget. The unemployment rate is nearly 90%. And calm is only held together by the presence of the world's largest peacekeeping force. The problems are immense. So we are all hoping that a woman can make a difference.
I've never been a president before, but I feel good about it. I'm humbled by the enormity of the challenge, no doubt about that. And I have anxieties because I want to get on with it so I can get on this long road to success.
Ellen is appointing a lot of women to high positions, including the Minister of Commerce, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Finance.
Women have not been to the same extent as men party to all of the bad things of the past. They certainly were very strong voices against the atrocities in Liberia and the war. And they fought very, very hard to make sure that the democratic process worked this time around. And so this is our biggest opportunity to change Liberia.
Another woman that Ellen has appointed to an important position is Beatrice Munasie, who will be our National Chief of Police.
How you doing, gentlemen? They call me Iron Lady because they feel I'm very straight, tough. I want to prove a point that women can be trusted and placed to dangerous position, and they can even do better.
Been focusing on getting the fiscal system back in place. Clearly, the Ministry of Finance, as does all of the institutions that we've inherited as a government, has very weak capacity. The national budget, for this fiscal year for Liberia is $129 million. It's minuscule. It's about a fifth of where we were before the war. Of course, relative to where other countries are, it's nothing.
We have to be able to get payrolls out on time. We have to be able to start getting money into the economy. It's a bad system that's inherited.
The graveyard is not for them. You got to respect our dead. And nobody come here. We'll keep chasing them every day, so they better don't come.
Taking over a country that have gone through 14 years of war is very, very tedious. The police do not have guns. They do not have handcuffs, no vehicles, no resources, not even paper to write on.
How will do this thing now? You're not supposed to be to the graveyard. Every time we pull you out, you'll go back. Now we too will not get tired. So what will we do? We can't continue the normal time this.
I do not want things to get out of control because the criminals out there, they know police are not armed right now.
My greatest fear is that a small group might succeed in trying to return us to conflict. It will always remain a fear until we've done enough in responding to the needs of the population rather than sitting around waiting for someone that may recruit them for purposes of war.
At the center of Liberia's war and chaos was our president, Charles Taylor, who was forced out of the country during the peace agreement.
I will always remember you wherever I am. And I say to you, God willing, I will be back.
There was always the fear that Charles Taylor would come out of exile and cause more trouble. So when Ellen agreed that he be translated through Liberia to the War Crimes Court in Sierra Leone, we all held our breath that day.
The longer we waited, the more difficult it would be. And the threat would not go away. As a matter of fact, it would intensify. It's a risky decision, once again, because we do have some persons loyal to Mr. Taylor at home that have made threats.
We will exhaust every avenue. The man is innocent until he's proven guilty. If they prove Charles Taylor guilty, I will climb up on this wall and take this sign down. Charles Taylor is innocent.
Liberians are strange kind of people. The very people who harmed us are the ones who pretend to love.
Can you just tell the government to pass on the Charles Taylor government? Which one was better off?
It's better than what I'm saying today. Because people are not complaining yet, then I will complain today.
Charles Taylor government, first of all, was a tyrannical government.
The government, the Charles government is no different. She has to do something now. Now, they put try to force her against our way. And if they force her against our way, we'll take another step. So let me go.
We have to remember that the men who fought for and against Charles Taylor are still very much part of our society. They have put down their guns for now, but they certainly can stir up trouble if they become unhappy with Ellen.
I just watch things. If she start to do things negatively, deliberately, then of course we'll have to talk to her. And if that doesn't work, we'll have to take steps to make sure she stops doing what is bad. And we'll reach a point, we will have to intervene. We will have to intervene.
Are you meeting the political party leaders today?
Yes.
Would you like to let us know what the meeting's about?
State of the nation. And to also listen to some of their suggestions and advice and see how we can be more inclusive.
I want to make few recommendations. There is a need to have a government that is reasonably inclusive. We have many of these guys around here that headed these factions. These faction leaders, they are still around. And I want to admonish you to keep them busy. We hear some of them, the former leaders are saying, well, I'm making farm in my county. How sure are we that farming is going on there? It's a serious thing we're telling you. One thing Liberian men get up is death. When they are part of this process, nobody will encourage evil things around here.
Honorable Edwin Mervyn Sino Jr., Speaker, Honorable House of Representatives, Republic of Liberia.
Edwin Snow is the Speaker of the House and the President's most outspoken opponent. He was elected as Speaker on the same day Ellen took office. And from that day, he's been very critical of her.
We see a divide. We see a major gap that's coming back in Liberia, and we're going to arrest the situation. It's not transparent. I think the way it's being handled is wrong, and these are some of the disagreements that we have with the executive. So I hope she can do better.
The interesting thing about this guy, he married one of Charles Taylor's daughters, and he eventually ran the country's oil company. And he invested in his own account, and he took some. And our carry where he is now. Most of the money that Edwin Snow has now that made him Edwin Snow is Liberian people money.
Welcome, Madam President.
Oh, yes, we've had disagreements, and I think that has serious implications for us because we have a huge legislative agenda. We're not going to be able to achieve our overall goals unless there's a certain amount of understanding and a certain amount of good relationship.
In the first months of her presidency, Ellie is going to have to begin to tackle the massive problem of corruption.
We have a lot of problems about passport. You hear it in the media, you read it in the papers, you hear it on the radio. We have to get it straightened out. The old system of paying excessively for so-called express service appears to be back. Fees for the renewal of passports are not deposited in a bank. So what's the problem? I really don't know. What happened. We also have reports that people are also charging huge amounts for passports.
It is true that people also take money from people, but it's not me. It's not me.
I knew there was corruption, and I knew that it had permeated the society, but I didn't realize it was as systemic, as I've discovered. I want to get the finance team in here. Finance still have problems. Maybe the new team going to sort it out.
Madam President, I would be the last one to say or to suggest that the Ministry of Finance is perfect or that the Ministry of Finance doesn't have huge problems that we're trying to address. But our problems at this stage is not just the Ministry of Finance. I have one of the ministries that is, of course, seen as most corrupt. People describe it as having mafias in place that you need to deal with. So to break up those mafias, it's not an easy job.
Minister, part of the problem is in the Ministry of Finance.
There is a problem in the Ministry of Finance.
Because there's been collusion. We know that. People are still taking money in the Ministry of Finance. If somebody wants to be truthful here, they will say so. They are still taking money. It's both a corruption and a capacity problem there. And if you can't change the people, then I will insist you fire them and we'll go get young university student graduates and replace them. It's not a question now or you're trying to save somebody in his job. It's a question of saving your own job, saving my job. You got to correct that. You just needed to know that when you go down there into the trenches of our ministry's operations, there are serious problems. Ultimately, it stops here in that if this government doesn't function effectively, it's I who will get criticized by the Liberian people. Well, I think she's the Iron Lady. I do. I think she is the Iron Lady.
If you people do not.
My greatest fear is that we don't succeed in changing the staffing and behavior of people in the Ministry of Finance quickly enough. That's possibly my greatest fear. It's a long way up. Clearly, a lot of that has to do with restoring trust in government, and that extends both domestically and clearly internationally with our partners as well. Some basic numbers on the debt. We've talked about this 3.7 billion in outstanding debt for Liberia. You see it there with the IMF, of course, as the largest of the creditors, followed by the World Bank, with the United States, of course, being the largest bilateral creditor. So that's how the debt looks like in terms of individuals. Sitting here today and thinking of Liberia of only 3 million people with a debt of some 3.7 billion is it's quite mind-boggling. That debt is a drag on our ability to raise new financing from our partners, and so it needs to be resolved.
Some of these debts represent bogus transactions. Prudence on the part of the creditors is being questioned, that they have caused our young Liberian generation to inherit all this debt for things they cannot see as a result of that debt. What can we do? Well, we still have to go the normal official route of saying, how do we work with the creditors to be able to come up with a means for the cancellation of this debt issue? We got some hiccups there.
I think we're sort of in the mode now of shifting more from a financial discussion to more of a political approach.
We need to get the debt relief. We need to access new money from the multilateral institutions, the World Bank in particular. And so we've been a bit concerned that the process is taking longer than we have.
We again have a dilemma here. The problem we have as a government is when we ask about certain programs and they get delayed over things we have no control because of other procedures and processes, then we have a problem.
The
There are many reasons why they're not moving as fast as possible, and the question is how fast the solutions are implemented. In our example, because their databases show that the country is still at war, is something that is an international problem about post-conflict countries and that we learn from. That's one example. In other cases, it's our own fault.
The government is already under serious criticism. If we can't get these programs going that will absorb these people, then we'll never be able to do this and we'll have problems. So we want partners to understand the difficulty we face here. The implementation of programs are just too slow. Deadly silence.
There is a level of frustration because we're in such a hurry to make a difference and to make a difference on the ground and to see that difference reflected in people's lives. We're in a hurry to do that. We have to be in a hurry to do that because unless we do that, the risk of reemergence of conflict in Liberia are all too real.
More than any other country, our partnership with the U.S. is most valuable. After all, Liberia was founded by freed slaves from the U.S., and we've always been very dependent of that relationship.
I think we depend upon the support of some of our partners, but I feel that in many instances we gave them some of our primary commodities in return. We gave huge benefits to their corporations which operate here. So it's not one-sided.
We've just arrived in Firestone, our plantation, the largest plantation and the largest employer in Liberia. This place being under a little bit of tension for the past 2 months. The workers went on strike, they had to bring in police and things went off hand. It resulted to the death of 2 persons. So these tensions have drawn the president's attention. And she has to come in to do something quickly and something positive.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam President. How do you do? Welcome to Firestone.
At the heart of trouble is an unfulfilled wage increase. Years ago, Charles Taylor promised a Firestone worker a 37.5% raise. Ellie must decide whether she will side with the workers or this huge company.
You all who live here, you work for Firestone?
No. This is my living area. Is this the only place you have? That's the only room. And where do you use as your bathroom? No bathroom. Bathe right behind the hall. Wait to get down before bathe behind the hall.
Just behind the house. The children in school?
Yeah, I'm in school.
For what?
No, Adika. You're not born part of the hospital.
All right. To hear we are said to see with our own eyes.
Thank you.
Firestone has been here since 1926. There is no reason for the workers in Firestone to live under the conditions they live. We are not going to accept it. We are not going to accept the fact that people live in houses that have no windows, that people live in houses where there is not schooling for them. Firestone has made enough money in this country to have treated the Liberian workers in a much better way.
Our responsibility as the government is to make sure that the workers' rights are protected, that their benefits are fair, that they are treated properly, and this government is committed to that, because that's the message we're taking to the workers.
While Ellen was inside talking with Firestone's management, the workers were waiting outside for an answer about their raise.
With all this big job, is there any reason why we have to keep the people outside?
Please bring the people inside.
Bring the people inside. We can't keep them behind the fence.
There may be times when regional and international desires conflict. I'm not a perfect person, so when I have to make a political compromise, I struggle with my conscience.
They couldn't be wrong because they beat us in 1926 and they're not doing right by the workers. So we told them what you would do about better housing, what you would do about education. But the main thing that is 37.5%. So we started. Well, now, you know, I always say, so don't clap for it. But the president then, Mr. Taylor, he came, March 1992, he came, and he put out one law. So we look at that side at 37.5%, we say, well, this one here is hard. The problem comes from bad government. Let's tell the truth. We can't force the company on that one.
So when the president talked to the Firestone workers, they in response were not happy. But the citizens of Liberia are, unlike they used to hearing the truth from politicians and people in power.
Nobody was willing to go and tell them the truth. They just expected, here comes another president who's going to tell us and make a promise, and we'll go back cheering, you know, exalting. And nothing was going to happen.
We are experiencing a new kind of democracy. It will be hard to experience, but as time goes by, we'll get adjusted to it.
Are we ready? Ready or not, we've got to get on the path. I may face demonstration, I may face anger, but I think in the end it's good for our country, and it's good for the path that we've chosen. I keep pushing myself to do more every day. I wish there were more than 24 hours in a day.
This is what she's going away. Good morning.
Ellen works 7 days a week and at least 14 hours a day. I do worry that she overdoes it, and I try to get her to slow down a bit. You know, I tell her that even God rested after working for 6 days.
She doesn't want me to push myself to the limits where, you know, where I snap. I don't think that'll happen. When the body reaches the place where it can take no more, I'll get a fair signal on all public buildings. I will go for Duco, Housing Bank.
She really should be in bed, but this is what she wants to do, so what are you going to do?
Basically, I'm a very private person. Unfortunately, there are many times when I wish I could do what I cannot do anymore, go into the supermarket and do my own shopping. There are times when I don't want to see anybody. I want to read a book, watch TV, don't take any phone calls. Those are the times when I wish that I could just be the old me.
In the middle of Ellen's first year, Edwin Snow started coming under fire from his fellow lawmakers. They have now held a vote of no confidence against him, demanding his removal as Speaker. Snow has responded by accusing Ellen's administration of bribing the legislators.
We are calling for an investigation into this matter. I was elected and we must go through the due process in maintaining me or removing me.
Speaker Melvin Snow has accused the executive of bribery. What's your response, Ma?
I challenged the Speaker or anybody else well over a week ago to say, if you have any evidence that the executive was involved, please provide me that evidence so we can do something about it. I haven't got that evidence.
Honorable legislators.
Speaker Snow and his allies now refuse to be seen in public with the president.
A few have not yet brought themselves to accept the people's will as expressed through the October 2005 elections. They continue to plot and to plan and to strategize. We will do all that we can to gather the evidence to expose the distractors.
This president is not out for reconciling this country. This president is out for dividing Liberia. They have undermined the previous government. They are now undermining the very government that they are leading.
Africa is going through a transition. Liberia is going through a transition. There will be charges and counter-charges, and that's what an environment of democracy and freedom does. It enables people to speak out. But of course, this dissent could be dangerous. As a matter of fact, we've got recent intelligence that even put the risk at a high level because of all that's going on with the tensions in the legislature. And we just have to protect ourselves and wait until things settle down.
Police are cracking down on demonstrations organized by Snow's political allies to call for Ellen's impeachment. They've arrested the leader of the demonstration on the basis of no permit.
Liberia has progressed now to have serious political debates.
But trust me, in Africa, 100% democracy is no way working, especially right after the war. Because the people will say, that's my right to sell in your living room. That's my right to scratch your car. I mean, they will misuse it so much that you will wish you never used the word democracy.
Ma, on your inauguration, you spoke against imperial presidency. Yet, some still label your government as an imperial presidency.
Absolutely
How
false.
do you react?
Quite frankly, I'm very confident that we do not carry that label and that there's a certain amount of democracy. But our democracy is nascent, and so you expect some people to take exception. This Mr. Malu, who was trying to do some agitation on Broad Street, was picked up. I don't think they should keep him incarcerated. Like I said, we don't need to make hero out of anybody for nothing. Okay, thank you.
There has just been a fire in the executive mansion. The fire seems kind of mysterious. So the The president has announced that investigations will be taking place to know the cause of the fire. We're hoping that it shouldn't be an attack on the president's life, because for the past time we've been hearing some form of assassination and other things. So we are hoping that it shouldn't be that.
They came in, they did the investigation. I have no means to challenge it. They still think their best guess, nobody's 100% sure, but their best guess is that it's electrical. I must confess I didn't expect the kinds of problems that we now find we've inherited. When problems stack up, it has a ripple effect, and that's why there are the periods when it rains, it pours.
I sit and think and wonder if this country will ever get better. This is Liberia's last chance. This is Liberia's last chance because we know that Madam Salif has a dream that she has to fulfill before her term is over. If she doesn't, then Liberia will go right back to where he came from. The streets of Monrovia have been blocked by retired soldiers, including the AFL, the Armed Forces of Liberia. The soldiers were forced out of work under the peace agreement. They claim they haven't received their back pay or their pensions, and this isn't the first time they have done this to force the government to pay them. This is the biggest threat to the new government so far.
We now face a situation in which the AFL, whom we have paid huge sums to, claim that the benefits that were to be paid to them was not fully paid. There's also the issue of pension. Now, that's an issue that has not yet been addressed.
Accountability and transparency is built into this, so that people know how much money comes in, who has signature to the account, and all of these things.
Okay.
Ex-soldiers are demonstrating for their money, so they are angry, they want their money, and if they don't get that money, there will be nothing happening in Liberia. As you can see, they are already on a rampage.
If the president cannot see us now, then of course, these men will have to come out in the street. Seriously. Yeah, we are not going to condone anything here. This country is ours.
I see most of them down here now.
I think I must be responsive to any group of peoples, whether they're retired soldiers or any group that have true grievances. Even if they gather and there's risk to my safety, I take the risk.
Let a leader come. Who the leader?
I told them they were here for a purpose. That has to do with our retirement, insurance benefit.
Y'all say I will make war.
No way.
And there will be no Christmas.
No way.
That one there, when you say that one there, then that problem.
Nobody said that either.
But all the people were saying to say that y'all say I will make war.
No.
As long as you are peaceful, you have every right to present your grievance to the government, and we find a solution together. Isn't that the right way?
That's the right way.
We'll do it today.
Hello! We have finally met the president. And I have a message for you. Therefore, let everybody go in the city hall.
What solution do we have in our meeting with them today? What can we offer? What can we promise?
With regards to salary arrears, that's where you probably need to say something on salary arrears, because it's the last cushion for some of them in terms of cash.
My understanding is that those payments have been made.
Complete.
Everybody received their full benefits in keeping with that agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
So the only other issue that may have some justification, pension.
From the AFL side, it's about $5.56 million US dollars.
Ooh, that's big money. Like I say, Christmas in the air. Part of the agitation for Christmas money now.
That's exactly what it is.
We have to say to them, the salary arrears will be retired over a 3-year period because the government does not have the resources. Thank you all. Please sit down. It's been a long day for you. It's been a long day for me.
We are happy to see you this time around. To me, it was like a disgrace to us. I'm 28 years in the service. I don't want to work again. Just if I get what I'm supposed to receive, I got no problem.
That one you are correct. You are duly entitled to be retired with honor and dignity and respect. And you will get that one.
Those that die, their money is still there and their beneficiary need their money. Why are they done with the money?
I must listen to them in a way that says, I want to hear you. I understand your plight. And that's the old man approach. And it usually brings a positive reaction because I'm coming as a mother to listen to them.
Our man, Christmas coming.
That's the bottom line.
Oh, yeah. That one, the president.
Christmas coming. We know the condition of the government. But we ourselves, we are dying too. You look at how many deactivate them. The people, they see army local and say, we're stupid. We are stupid. You're soldier, you stay there, you look this, you're stupid.
On the other hand, when people act out of order, I can have an effective response that will keep them in order.
Well, you are saying you want me to talk what soldier did to me. We got many people out there in the villages who today are saying, you're being the same people that is seen people who beat us, that is seen people who kicked us, that is seen people who put in jail, that is seen people who kill us. Your cows in the villages poor today, and you're giving them all the money because they get on the street. We got to deal with that too. How do we respond to those people in the villages? The people who got taken out of their homes because SSS and Warren faction went into their villages, took all of their things, made all of them run, killed some of their people. What do we tell them? Every time you make demand, we give you money. What more tell them? You got to take care of them too. They were the victims. They were the true victims of the war. And those are the people we are concerned about. But don't stand up there and say you high and mighty. Don't forget those poor people out there that you have impoverished.
Yeah, man.
Okay, but anyway, we'll see what we're able to do.
Okay. Yeah. Madam, thank you very much for what you are doing and continues to do.
I promise you, as of tomorrow, you will not see tension no more.
That's good. So country recommendation, then we'll see how we deal with it.
Okay.
All right. That's good. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
We have had many governments here in the recent past that have relied upon brute force, instilling fear into people. We say that you can still exercise leadership without repression. As far as I'm concerned, so far in this administration, it's working better than the use of force.
As Elling's first year in office draws to an end, you can see some positive changes in the country. The president has opened a huge investigation into corruption, including members of the previous government. I would never have imagined to see two former presidents come to the Justice Ministry for questioning on corruption charges. Erling has broken ground on many new public projects, and in Monrovia, Broad Street is lit for the first time in over a decade. But the biggest changes rely on money which is committed to our huge debt, and we haven't heard any movement forward on debt relief. As long as we have this huge debt over our heads, Liberia can't get the help we need to jumpstart our development.
The process has not worked as well, I think, as we would have liked in terms of the involvement of the partners fully. It's a bit of a roller coaster, this arrears balancing. We were very, very encouraged a couple of weeks ago when the World Bank had made the decision to proceed to their board. We seem to have hit another roadblock again, and I think something has to give.
And I must express disappointment and say now we'll have to look at all kinds of other options. I mean, we can't do all that we can as a country and a government to do the right things. And then you start backtracking and you start changing. We get assurances that we're going forward. I wonder whether there's true commitment here, whether this partnership is real, or whether we're playing games, and whether, we ought to look at all of our other options. We don't want to be hostage to the little geopolitical games that are played. If we can go beyond the traditional partnership, we got to find a way where we can respond to the needs of the people. Tomorrow, we'll be announcing officially the visit of the Chinese president.
We have a big visit coming up, a very big one, actually, a visit by the Chinese president. There's potentially huge financing from China, given their interest in Africa, that we want to benefit from.
They're very serious. In fact, what they said is that they represent just the tip of the iceberg. So I think we've got a real window of opportunity with that part of the world, and we need to follow up on it.
One of our challenges is to find creative ways to draw on Chinese assistance without contravening some of our other commitments to our other partners, and in particular, powers like the United States.
Since 1847, Liberia has had this strong tie, unbroken tie with America. But again, we are frustrated because as a country that America gave birth to, we have not achieved anything with America. But now we see China coming in. We see China coming in the picture. The Chinese are doing projects all over.
We have a new one, another air conditioner on that side. Take this one down.
Everywhere you look, you will see the Chinese. They are even rebuilding the soccer stadium. We know America and China don't always see eye to eye. And it's like America and China are coming to tussle over Liberia.
Some people start talking, China and America, they want to fight over Liberia to be having some power. I said, let me go ask my mom about it one year.
Good news from them. Because the country too small anyway for people to fight over. Oh, people country, I don't fight over. What we got so that they want.
What do we get there that they want?
We got something that they want. Well, we got something too. We got small things like our iron ore, our diamond, our gold. They want that one too. So, but they wanted so much that they want to fight each other for us. So, in fact, we are trying to tell them, you want help Liberia, then no one person can do it. Because no one person got enough money to do the kind of big job that we got here to do. The Liberian people came out in huge numbers. They're hoping that China will help to accelerate our development, and they'll be able to point to the day that started it all and set us on an accelerated path. So we're all pleased. He's here.
You'll be seated in there.
Let's go.
Madam President.
President, pleased to welcome you in our office. As a matter of fact, it's our Minister of Foreign Affairs office, which China has been very kind to fix for him. Mr. President, I have not seen the Liberian people turn out in the numbers like they turn out today. I think that tells you the warm feeling that Liberia has for China and the strong relationship with our people. So this visit for us is truly historic.
做出了这个表达了这个欢迎之情，我非常感动。
Well, to be very frank with you, Madam President, I was very much moved by the scene on the street.
Just after the Chinese came, Ellen had another big visit from philanthropist and finance expert George Soros to help her strategize on the debt problem.
How did you leave it with the Chinese? Because somehow it seems to me that there's this large cake that you really ought to get a slice of it from the Chinese.
From the Chinese.
So that's one line. And then there's the other line is the U.S. And you can tell the Americans that the Chinese made you this offer. Then I think one could get the IMF to speed it up in order to liberate that money. So go for the jugular.
His point is, by having such an offer in your hand, going to them to say, yeah, we know we can't do this, but just look at the potential. You're not helping us. You're not allowing someone else to help us, I think. Yeah. You know? Today I'm going to meet with President Bush. Just let him know how well we're doing and get his political blessings for the support on our debt. China is still way down on the totem pole when it comes to partnership and support for Liberia's development. They're just starting. Yes, they have big plans. Yes, they have big appetite for raw material, but for us, the United States relationship is still the number one. They set the pace. When they take a step, much of the rest of the world follow, including China. Then I'm out of here and I get away from this ice.
Madam President, thanks for coming. I'm thrilled to call you friend. And we want to help you. We really do.
As we told you, we just needed to get this debt off our backs.
You were wondering whether or not it was possible to achieve your dreams. And you asked for our help. I was impressed by your spirit, and so I pledge our ongoing help. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
The United States currently holds $391 million in outstanding bilateral claims on Liberia. We will cancel that debt, all of it, under the framework for highly indebted countries.
We've started. It's a long road. It was always going to be a long road. We need time to make more progress and then sustain the effort to make the progress we have to make in Liberia.
On Sunday, some arms arrived from Nigeria. Well, make me feel like a real woman. I'm just kidding. I should be proud when I look back to say, well, they were afraid of the police, now they are friends of the police. I've helped to bring peace into my country.
Ellie had a very tough 1 year in office. If I see the way things went for 1 year, it gives me hope. It gives me a little bit of hope that things will improve.
It has been a good year, but a tough year. It has been a fruitful, but a challenging first year. Today, we can walk with pride and dignity.
To what they call Ellen the Iron Lady, there are other Iron Ladies out there in their own way. In their own weak ways of doing things, they are Iron Ladies too. Iron Ladies of Liberia are even their shoulders with their counterpart. and we are making things happen.
All of the progress that we made can be attributed to the fact that we've got strong women leadership in the government. These are all strong women that have led the processes of change and renewal. With all the problems and all the scares, I remain optimistic that that Liberia will rise again.
I want to officially welcome President Sirleaf to the Oval Office. I have been an extraordinary admirer of her work for many years now. I fondly recall the speech that she delivered in a joint session of Congress when I was still in the Senate. The United States and Liberia are close friends, long-standing partners, and Liberia is now emerging from a very difficult period in its history. Part of the reason that it has been able to emerge is because of the heroism and courage of President Sirleaf. Her own personal story, obviously, is extraordinary. Somebody who came from being a prisoner to the first female president, not just of her own country, but also on the continent. And over the last several years, what we've seen is a continued determination on her part to have a full accounting of some of the tragedies that took place earlier, making sure that the country is refocused on development, being willing to tackle corruption, which obviously plagues not just Liberia, but countries throughout the continent of Africa. She has been committed to rule of law. She made strides in reforming her judiciary. And in all these endeavors, I want to make sure that the people of Liberia understand, and I certainly want you, Madam President, to understand that the United States is going to be a constant friend and partner in these efforts. We are working with Liberia on a food initiative that will help to create greater food security and independence in the country. We continue to work with the Liberian government on issues like maternal health, education. There's been extraordinary cooperation between our two countries in the issue of counterterrorism, as well as drug trafficking, because unfortunately the western coast of Africa increasingly is seen as a place where drug traffickers internationally may be able to operate with impunity. And so on all these issues, we have been able to cultivate a strong partnership, a strong relationship, and I want President Sirleaf to know that that will continue. I also want to commend her for her commitment to democracy. There are going to be legislative and presidential elections in 2011, and part of President Sirleaf's legacy is that she will continue to usher in a sense that democracy is the regular way of doing business in Liberia, and in that way she can be an example for countries like Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire and Niger that I think should look to Liberia as an example for democracy and rule of law. So, Madam President, welcome. We are grateful to you for your extraordinary work. I still recall in your speech that part of the reason you ran was because you wanted to see the children of Liberia smiling again. And I want you to know that we have that same hope, that same dream for Liberia, and we'll be there with you every step of the way.
Mr. President, I want to thank you very much. I'm extremely proud, extremely pleased to have this opportunity to meet with you. In 2006, when our government stopped, we inherited a broken country, devastated by war, people displaced, infrastructure broken, institutions dysfunctional. But we said that we were going to make Liberia rise again.
I come today on behalf of the Liberian people to say that we've made a lot of progress in that commitment. We've been able to maintain peace for 7 years now, and I say that today, our children who are entering first grade have not known a gun or not had to run, and that's great progress. Our security sector reform, which the United States supports, has come a long way with the training of our new army. Today, we're reopening our economy, our mining, forestry, and agricultural sectors. We've tackled our debt. We're beginning to provide basic services by restoring infrastructure such as roads, clinics, and schools, and lights and water, things that our people have been deprived of for more than 2 decades. And we're also establishing the rule of law and governance. Freedoms. We say today that all freedoms, basic fundamental freedoms, are allowed in the country, and we're very proud of that. We have challenges, and I'll be the first to admit that. Challenges in national capacity, because most of our brains left the country. I want to thank you for your approval of the DED that extended them for 18 months, allowing them to stay a little bit while we prepare to receive them. Corruption, the rule of law, our judiciary system and its weakness, unemployment among the many young who did not have the opportunity to go to school, who knew only war and violence in their young days. But those challenges we see as the ones that we have to tackle. And the progress we have made enable us to have the commitment and capacity to meet those challenges. I want you to know that the United States has been a great partner to us. We could not have achieved the progress that we have had if we had not had the support. In those initial days when we were just scrambling and looking for the ways to be able to go forward, the U.S. was there as a great partner. And so the administration as well as the Congress have been very supportive of us. It has continued through these 4 years. And I'm just here to say that the return on your investment is beginning to come. We hope that that return will be even greater in the next few years when we consolidate the peace and when we are able to deliver basic services to our people. I bring you greetings on behalf of the Liberian people.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
We now have a statement read on behalf of the student body of the University of Liberia by a student.
Mr. President, our presence here today is significantly indicative of our unyielding quest for the peaceful resolution of the present situation in the country. We as students are grossly affected, either directly or indirectly as a result of the December 24 rebel incursion. Therefore, as the hopes and aspirations of our parents, we feel the hope to petition the government to do everything within its power to ensure that the present crisis is peacefully resolved, preferably through a roundtable discussion. We entertain the conviction that amidst gunfires, no one is prepared to listen to the other. And where there is misunderstanding, peace can never prevail. Thus, we are calling on our brothers in arms to advance their cause before a negotiating table for an amicable discussion. while we stand unqualified to dwell into the demerits as well merits of the prevailing situation, we do know very well from the teaching of history that the end result of any armed struggle is untold suffering for the vast majority of the people. My fellow countrymen, Liberia is our motherland. Therefore, our political sovereignty must be highly refined. We are fully aware that the present political turmoil has become a symptomatic of the rich social separation which might perpetuate a lot of prejudice. We have come here today to join the national government in reconciling those antitheses of love and sensuality. Our dynamic president, we feel that Liberia is a free nation. We have fought for the total emancipation of this country from colonial oppressors. Therefore, we must reconcile those forces that will destabilize the democratic nature of our native land. We have seen the popular need to consolidate the maximum efforts to call for an immediate resolution of the armed struggle, which has brought an intriguing setback against the colorful backdrop of this noble society. The seeds of love must be implanted on the fertile soil of our mental bank to change an untimely and unprecedented explosion which hatred and malice are now ready to trigger. The embodiment of the Prophet Muhammad, may the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, must now take complete control and dominion over the naive mind of men who today are like children struggling over toys. Very importantly, let me now use this forum to again caution our brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, that we cannot afford to treat this situation with carelessness and fun. We must explore all peaceful avenues to resolve this big indifference. Our dauntless and ever conscious-minded president, our presence here today signifies to the world that what is happening in our country, Liberia, is dissatisfactory and destructive. We have come here in order to appeal to you and your able lieutenants alongside with the rebels to lay down their arms so that peaceful negotiation could be held. At this junction, Mr. President, let me hasten to dispel the notion that we are not power-drunk students who are geared toward the accomplishment of their own exploitative self-good interests at the detriment of Liberian people, but rather it is contingent upon the details of our conscience and our resolute commitment in the maintenance of peace in Liberia. As conscious-minded university students, we are cognizant of the fact that it is not a time that Liberians subscribe to the realist political school of thought which gives credence to brutality against morality and compassion. Let me emphasize in a public manner that there are rooms for peaceful dialogue of issues rather than resorting to unnecessary wars which has claimed the lives of many innocent people. Please be reminded, my fellow Liberians, that there is a need for positive development and not destruction. We need to build on old foundations but not to demolish them, for posterity will judge us wrong for our own destructive actions. Finally, we supplicate the omnipotent Allah to bestow upon you, Mr. President, His immense blessing as you endeavor to cater to the need and aspiration of Liberian people. Thank you very much.
We now have a statement of solidarity.
Both the teams that we love and the players, and that encourage us to play the game. And then growing up in the ghettos, you know, and is a way of life, you know, to interact with your peers, you know, and but we did not know that, you know, we would take it to a next level. So the football for us, it was like a toy. We wanted to go there every day to touch it and to play, you know, and follow the movement of it. And there we all start getting skills, you know, and wow, this is not just a toy, you know, it's something that can actually be a good thing that will teach you.
Were you nervous or excited at the first opportunity to leave your homeland and play in Europe?
It's in twofold. I was excited, but I was also nervous because this is a place I've never traveled. Travel to go live somewhere. I had the opportunity to travel with the Liberian national team in 1986 to go to Brazil. That was my first time traveling, and they wanted me to stay in Brazil, but I was afraid because I had my poor grandmother home. I don't know the place, and I decided, no, I would not stay. That was my first opportunity, and then I refused to stay in Brazil. At that time, the knowledge of being a semi-professional player or pro, we didn't know, because I came from a country where nobody, if you play soccer, you're a street kid. You can't change that for anybody. The perception of playing football was like you nobody in society. And then I had another opportunity to go to the States. I had a friend called Emmett Tunity that, make sure that he wanted me to go to America to finish high school. He brought that message to me.
Engaged in politics, I could not do that at all. 97, when I decided to leave the NDP and to return home for the 1997 election, that's when I became active in politics. And as you well know, after elections, I went into exile again in Abidjan this time, and stayed there until the Accra Peace Conference, and ultimately brought me back home in 2003. Mr. Chairman, that's it, but I know you may have some questions, and I'm ready to respond to any specific issues you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was before the invasion. I can't tell you the exact date, but it was before the invasion. That was before December 1989.
In that regard.
Yes, I've just ended a tenure of 4 years, and for one of those 4 years, the year 2012 to 2013, I was a chair.
Okay.
And there's been some controversy reported in the papers recently about some mismanagement of funds and all kinds of things.
We heard
yes.
And trying to draw you into that controversy.
Yes, I have not commented, and if you don't mind, I'd like to take
go ahead, that's important.
yeah. There was a situation in which, Liberia has become the chair. And President Sirleaf was elected by our colleagues to enforce the rules and ensure the integrity of the peer review process. One of the requirements was that members retire.
To ensure integrity, mean there were integrity problem anyway?
No, it was in fact a situation in which we are moving from a separate and autonomous body into the AU structure.
Okay.
And we were changing management systems and all of that.
Good.
So all these management things, I think she was asked by her colleagues to manage the process. And she started off doing an excellent job. First, by ensuring that members of the panel who had exceeded or whose terms were ending, that they would retire. That included some 3 of us who had been there for 4 years and were due to retire. One of them had been chair, or was the chair. He was chair for 6 months, and then it was time for him to retire because his tenure overall had expired. He wanted to continue, and of course the rules didn't allow him to continue. And that was in fact a situation that really left him bitter. So we find a situation where if you read the articles, they are quoting this gentleman about President Sirleaf and Minister Kone and myself conspiring.
He's from which country?
He's from Cameroon.
Okay.
Yeah. And some of the issues that were involved, which is talking about mismanagement of funds and all that, anybody who really wants to know about these issues can find it very, very easily. The funds of the APRM, the trust funds he talks about, are managed by UNDP, not by the secretariat or anybody in the APRM. As a member of the panel and as chair of the panel, you don't have any access to money.
Okay.
Only your DSA and that sort of thing. So it's a calculated effort from a very bitter man to defame this country. And the unfortunate thing about it is that local journalists who have been sent these reports by email are not even asking those who have been printing them. Have not even come to say, this is what is your side of the story.
So nobody contacted you at all?
None of those. In fact, or let me retract. One of them contacted the New Dawn, but it published nothing about what I said. There was nothing. They
didn't give you a set.
A 45-minute interview recorded. They didn't report. And so you wonder then what's going on. Somebody from Ouagadougou sending tracts by email, local journalists picking them up, not doing investigation, and printing the stories. One or two have come to me, and I have discussed. But these people who've been publishing it, none of them has come, except this man who had an interview.
What do you think is happening?
Well, I think, you know...
Did you have any local force behind you?
I'm beginning to feel that some people here, because they have some local gripes, are vulnerable. And they may be vulnerable also for other reasons. So that if somebody is putting a tract out and maybe subterraneously buying space, I don't know, it may make good business for them, whereas it may not be very good for our country. And I think this is one of the issues that we have to be very
Has
careful.
it in any way embarrassed you? Or
No,
enjoy
not,
your reputation?
Oh no, not at all. I think first the president is getting a bad rap for nothing, because
generally.
Yeah,
Or
in
this
this
specific
specific case, she has very little to do with any of this, except the fact that she was given a mandate by her colleagues to clean up, and she has taken one or two measures in keeping with the operational rules and procedures. One of them, and it's interesting because the article was published, this man from New Dawn called me after the article was published. He wanted reactions, I gave him reactions, he didn't print the reactions. Then the article was expanded to say, New Dawn contacted me. You see the disingenuous, sort of approaching all of this. Yeah. It's not a good day for that type of journalism in Liberia. We should do better than that. And our journalists are doing a good job overall, but I think, once in a while you find this sort of thing and it makes you wonder whether we want to serve our national interests or whether we want to be, I don't want to say paid agents, but we want to do things that are not necessarily along the ethical lines.
Okay, I think it was a very good opportunity that you have this time to explain. I must say, just getting the details from you, I also heard it and I read it in the paper. I was shocked. However, thank you very much for the clarification, at least for setting the record straight, like we say in Liberia.
And I'm available to any journalist who want to know much more about this. I mean, there's nothing here to hide.
Okay, I respect you for that. Thank you very much. Okay, let's talk about, because the whole month we're looking at April 14, 1979. Your name has been mentioned, so we tried our best to get you on, and I said, oh man, you can't count 8:15, so we'll have to give you the last segment, which is very tight in time because it must finish by 10 o'clock. So I'll give you the next few minutes. Tell the story about April 14, perhaps you can backtrack and tell us, of course, the days leading to April 14, the years leading to that. So it's not a controversial interaction. No. This is the new year, listening to the old mode, trying to learn.
The April 14, the immediate causes of April 14 were the government's announcement of an intention to increase the price of rice. It was not a decision, but there was a discussion. This discussion began in 1977, where the idea was floated and the government ruled against it. In 1978 also, the issue was put on the table again through the report, the annual report of the Minister of Agriculture. And it seemed as if this time the government was looking more closely at doing something about it. But public reaction was very swift and very negative. It was negative and swift. It said, no, we don't want this. And for rather good reasons. What you've been hearing on time and time again, one of the sides is that to help farmers and the rural communities. But the reaction was largely from urban people. Monrovia-based people. Workers and urban workers. People who were making incomes of $80 or thereabouts that time. The price of rice was $22 a bag. So already it was consuming about 28 or thereabout % of the income. Rents were rising. So people were spending, when they bought a bag of rice and they paid the rent, they had very little else to work with. Most people at that level, income level, couldn't even afford a bag of rice. So they were buying cups of rice at 25 cents or whatever the price was, but using about 35% of their income on rice. So for urban people, it was not a good idea. Now, the government did not decide immediately to squash the rumors, or there was kind of a sort of a vacillation. This rumor still kept going on and all that. Until, of course, this demonstration was called by the PAL people. Now, I should tell you, at that time, the issue was so unpopular, anybody who had called a demonstration would have got thousands of people out there. It was that much of an issue in the society. So when the demonstration took place, or when it was scheduled to take place, the government banned it. You probably heard this story. Yeah. The banning of it even popularized it more. Now, the government had a decision to make, to either let the demonstration go on and provide the protection and put the burden on the demonstrators, the organizers.
I'm trying to say that my mother saw a good in me. And I wanted to make my mama happy. Just imagine rearing 9 living children in an indigenous society without health services, lack of food, problems, crime. It was difficult for my parents. And so my mother thought that at least one of us will be able to stand out when they are gone to fend for the others. I have vowed to do that, and I've been doing that. I'm not only fending for my mother's children, I fend for my tribe. I fend for my country. And therefore, I do not relent to continue to stand as long as there is life in me to do what I can to bring peace and justice to my land. I want to take this time to tell you thank you. As I have said, introducing myself, I come from a tribal element called Kitiebo, a sub-tribe of the Grebo people. K-I-T-E-A-B-O. By record, we are warriors. We are a very small tribe, highly conservative, but we have vast land mass among bigger tribes surrounding us. My family, the Kolipo family, we are the Bodios from time immemorial. Because when the die were cast, and some family members were needed to establish our tribe where we are now, it was the Kolipo family that came forward and made the supreme sacrifice. So I come from a family of leaders. My mother is the niece of the chairman of the True Party, Paramount Chief Tie, Solo Tie. I remember sitting between his knees when he is judging and administering transparent justice up country before coming to school. And one day he told my father upon his visitation, I grew with my aunt. As I told you, my mother had 13 births. And this is how they rear us. When mama is stone pregnant and you are just walking, Auntie Raju will come and carry you to her. She didn't have any children. And the one that was before you, they will bring him back. Because then he is able to go and get water and do other things. And so I spent time in my mother's home, and I was able to be in his town, Solo Blo, and I saw him dispensing justice. So I got interested in government. My mother visited me, or my father did. And Paramount Chief Tie told my father, take care of, he went for me to go to school. So
my name is D. Khan Carlo. I taught school for 4 years while attending the University of Liberia. I worked for the National Social Security and Welfare Corporation as claim assistant. I served as General Coordinator to the People's Redemption Council from 1980 to 1981 December. I served as National Director or Executive Director for the National Readjustment Commission from 1993 to 1996-97. By profession, I'm a social worker. I come here today, Mr. Chairman, when I first got your letter to appear before this commission, my initial reaction was not to attend. I had a conversation with a number of people discussing the invitation I got. I got uncomfortable for a number of reasons. I started to ask myself, why is this commission drawing a line on 1979? Why? But as a professional social worker or clinician, I said, you know, the entire population of our country was dislocated. I said, you know, our country is polarized. I said, you know, there's something not going to that commission will cost me. And Mr. Chairman, as I sat in this chair this morning, I passed by the Greater Street office of power. I went to the mass grave of those young people that were buried. And I said to them that I'm coming to TRC to tell their story. To tell their story. And so please, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, and those of you who want to join me, Please let me just say a silent prayer to those young people, to those men and women who now live on Gertie Street. May their soul and also rest in perfect peace. Amen. Chairman, my parents are originally from Kabade, southeastern Liberia. Sino County is a very poor county, very poor place. Mr. Chairman, where I come from, for over 150 years, I even say up to this morning, there's no school, sir. There's no safe drinking water. No roads. No clinic. Sometimes I get the impression that where I come from is not on the map of Liberia. That those people that live there, and please let me hurry to say this, the situation of my place is the situation of thousands and not millions of people of Liberia all over this country. No light, no water, no school, no roads. I'm a product of their poverty. I'm a product of their poverty. And so, but there's something else you need to know, Mr. Chairman, a member of this commission. In southeastern Liberia, between 1888 and 1900, our culture was intact. The institutional framework of our traditional society were intact. Benjamin J.K. Anderson in 1888 made an expedition, and he reported that if the government of Monrovia did not reach out to the hinterland, the chances of losing out would be very high. And so come the birth of the Liberian Frontier Force. 1904, Liberia Frontier Force. Liberia Frontier Force came into being to enforce the law of the Monrovia government. A government that had no link, no clue about the life, the condition under which we existed. And so the Frontier Force came and they invaded our privacy. They invaded our trust. Yes, they did. They did, my friend. My great-grandfather was paramount chief then. When the Frontier Force came, they wanted to pay tax. They wanted to enforce tax payment. Yes, they wanted the poor people who have no job, no income, to pay hot tax. And if you did not pay the hot tax, there's something, the South people call it tagbe. They tie it on your crazy bone and they scrape you naked and lay you in the sun before your wives and children. My grandfather, my friend, decided he would draw the line in the sand. The line was drawn. My family, Mr. Chairman, took on the Liberia Frontier Force. Several lives were lost. But nobody cares to recall that. They didn't come from Cruiserville. They didn't come from Atherton. They didn't come from Millsbury. They came from Kojai. They came from Pinetown. They were from southeastern Liberia. They couldn't read. They couldn't write. So who cared? They didn't know about it. Why should somebody pay attention to some little heathen, some little native person? We just killed them. Yes. But you know something? Grandfather fought them. And then they set Kojai on fire. Over 1,000 houses, they burned them to the ground. And my parents fled Kabadi. And the story I'm telling you is the story of thousands of young people that came together in 1976. My story is the story of thousands and thousands of young people. We recruited in Nima, all over Nima. We slept in every town in Nima. We recruited in Bon County to build power, even though the government said it didn't exist. We recruited in Lofa, in every town, and the government said no power man here. We recruited in Bassa. I remember the superintendent said, Mr. President, when you come here, you will war and you will not see a fly that looked at power. Yes, we did. But so what happened to my parents, and what happened to thousands of parents that were from the indigenous background? What happened to them? These people, what brought us here, Mr. Chairman, I show you, be a lawyer, you know, you agree with me. It's power. How power is allocated and how power is exercised. That what brought us here. Power. And the reason I'm putting emphasis on power, Mr. Chairman, power is pivotal in the allocation of goods and services. So here was the government instructing the Liberian Frontier Force, knowing full well it has no basis in the allocation of goods and services. It did not understand the aspiration, the hopes, the dreams of the poor people. Yet it claimed to represent them. And the native people supposed to accept that. Native men supposed to accept that. To you young people who sit in your Thai workshop this morning, wherever you're doing, wherever you're discussing, to all of the young people throughout this country, I'm dedicating this conversation to you. My son, born 1982, he's now 26. He works at General Electric in Connecticut, USA. In a conversation, I was telling him that the TRC invited me. He said, but what do they call you for? How come they call granddaddy? Somebody call somebody when they call granddaddy? I said, no, Khan. Your granddaddy, nobody. He nobody. And thousands of parents that were killed, did nobody. He said, how come? I said, because they were natives. You got no right. Read the interior regulation, my friend, promulgated by Arthur Barclay. Read it. You guys have access to resources. Read it. What did that regulation say? Native men get no right, in essence. So we can come, we send Frontier Folk there, they beat you up, and then, you know, I'm sure a lot of you in this hall, maybe you heard it someplace. Between 1920 and 1930, my parents, among several parents in the southeast, were sent to Fananipu. They were forced on slave labor to Fananipu. They get no right to be here. We can send them anywhere. We make money off of them. Fananipu. Yeah. How come they're supposed to be here and we sitting here trying to look for some money? So we ship them to Fananipu. The other day I heard Madame say she's in charge of history. Please document that for so my son will see it too. Because he needs to see it. I come to this conversation standing on the high shoulders of Boyman Fambule, Oscar Quia, Chia Chipo, Tobana Tipoti. You know something? I was in the 11th grade when I saw Tipoti when he came to do this kind of work. This guy had a PhD already. Imagine 1971 with a PhD. This boy could have made any amount of money in this country. He could have. When I entered the university, I saw the young guy, they say he just came, he has a PhD, Amos Sawyer. These boys were fresh, smart people. You will ask yourself, but why are they doing this? These guys could make some money, man. The first time I saw Boyman Famule was this Ministry of Justice as a young man in AGM school, right on this place. His father was arrested because he had few socially boats and some bulk in a house. And I saw this kid, tear rolling. I said, damn, that's my friend. That's my friend. It could have been my father. But I said, yes, that what happened to my father. I was born in a place in Sino they call Cedar. When the boy Kojai, my grandfather took all of us. He took his family. There was a man called Amos Witherspoon. He was a social justice of Liberia. He's from Sino. And they told a story that if my grandfather went to Amos Witherspoon, that nobody would touch him, he and his family. I guess as the good Lord will have it, Witherspoon was in Sino, the code was not in section. And my grandfather met him. He entered into a contract with a social justice Witherspoon. And what was the nature of the contract? My grandfather agreed that every year he and his family would make farm for Mr. Witherspoon. And up to the time of his death, from 1920 to 1961 when he died, my parents were making farm for Mr. Witherspoon because he gave us shelter. And what happened to my grandfather or my grandparents, I want to say successfully, that was the plight of several families throughout our country. My family knew a thing or two about political repression so I grew up, all of us grew up learning the story, what happened. I agreed to come here, Mr. Chairman, because I want to talk about what happened. I don't want to editorialize the conversation. I want to tell you what happened. So, TRC sent this letter, and I started to say, but why TRC though? Why are they doing this? I said, after the execution in 1980, in the cycle of the True We Party, they believed there were certain people who initiated, who engineered the execution of the 13 people. And those people must be killed at all costs. That conversation from 1980, I say up to today, they believe there are certain people who led to the execution of the 13 and the Mogadivi. And this country was looking so nice. This place was so beautiful. Until the native children, the good for nothing children who now succeeded anyway came here. We were doing very well. But let me say to you, to those of you young people who sit in a Thai shop or at the University of Liberia, at Cottington, all over this country, when they say Liberia was nice, you know what they're talking about? Monrovia highlights. The University of Liberia, the only state school, the school open, so it's all right. So where they coming from to say this place is not nice? Yeah. Along Monrovia was nice, Liberia was nice. But I had a nice surprise for them. Nice surprise for them. I beg to differ with those who say Liberia nice. Because of my family's opposition, natural resistance to the useless use of power, we pay attention to governance. My family did. My parents could not read or write, but the only thing they were interested in was what government was doing. And our case study was Sino. My family followed the activities of government on a daily basis. And in their opinion, the government did not perform. And they concluded they have no obligation to this kind of government, this thing that doesn't work. My parents would talk about the Southtown War. They would talk about the Grable War. They would talk about the fighting Sino. And my grandfather would say, this country will never ever turn the corner until we have our own children in the house. I didn't understand what he meant when he said in the house. He was talking about the House of Senate and House of Representatives. My grandfather, and I show many grandfathers from the four corners of this country, believe the only way we make progress until we send our own people into the House of Legislature. That as long as we fail to get our people into the House, we will not do well. I heard that conversation until my father passed. My grandfather said something else, Councillor. Whenever the native people had issue in Sino, there was nobody to represent them. Nobody. And so my grandfather, you will say to all of his grandchildren, the seven people they call Loyal Cantana, Grantland? Yes. My grandfather said his children must go to law school. And I'm talking over 50 years. This guy who can't read, who can't write, was insisting that his kids learn the law. And so our family, my family, and the family of many throughout our country send their children to law school too. So that when something goes wrong, they too can have someone to run to. My family raised few lawyers. They did well. Few of the guys are financial analysts. They did well. But my parents trained me to oppose this thing that doesn't work. That was my assignment. My assignment was to oppose this thing that doesn't work for everybody. And so they told me how David Coleman was dragged, was killed. They were talking about Nancy C. Brownell, this lawyer, this indigenous man. My family will talk about D2A, this knowledgeable man, well-learned. They will talk about Mariah. I went home in 1968 and I had a conversation with my father. I told him I saw family, they were beating him. Henry Boyman family senior. And he said, my son, they have always beaten our good people. They try to subjugate them. That's what they have always done. He said, but you know, you got to keep on. You got to grow. Don't worry about what happened to family, but you got to go to school. When you go to school, maybe one day somebody will get lucky. And all the poor people, children that are learning book, one day somebody somewhere will succeed. And the condition of the poor people will be better. I had a conversation with my father in 1968. My grandmother would say, we fought war, we fought the people. The people, they kill, they burn our home. And she would say, but you know, the thing that used to give me trouble, that I don't understand. I wonder they get family too. Because they just come in a town and shoot people and they burn a place. Do they have family too? Why am I talking all of this? The men and women who formed the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, that's their life. The life of their parents, their parents' parents. And then, you know, my father said, you know, he decided to take me from Sino. First, he encouraged my big brother to come to Monrovia to go to LU. Because Grandpa said he got to be the lawyer. He got to learn law. So he came to Monrovia to learn law. As a good lawyer, we have a Councillor S. Edward Carlo became a very good lawyer. Became a very good lawyer. He lived the dream of our grandfather. So that poor people from that side of Sino can have somebody to run to too. My brother graduated from the law school in 1968. He started to work for Richie Henrys. Richie Henrys, Speaker of the House. He was Speaker. He was loyal to all the major concessions. What a contradiction. What sort of representation is that? But my brother worked from 69 to the date of the coup for Richie Henrys. Let me say quickly, Liberia became a one-party state. One-party state. That's the context in which we're having this conversation. One-party state. The True We Party of Liberia was the only place that you dish up power, you make money. If you well behave, they reward you. True We Party. In 1970 came, the True Party, they would arrest some opposition person here, they would intimidate them, they would rape their wives, they would rape their children, all over the place. If they believe you are opposed to the party, you will never get any blessing. You'll be very lucky if you get a job to teach, because teaching was the only thing they could get natives, you know. Few of the other ones that fell through the crack, you know, who became superintendent here and there, they fired them in little or no time. They fired them. It's a culture thing. It's a culture thing. So I saw 1973. I saw Prince Brown. I saw William Bade. I saw William City. They were soldier. Good men. The security agencies of our country they decide if you're in politics that you live or you die. They can plant any information in you, on you, in your house, on your family, and there's no way you can change that. It sticks. And so I saw Prince Brown, I saw William Bade, William City. True We Party said they want to overthrow them. Then I saw a very good gentleman around 73, 74. This gentleman will write about the practices of government. They call him Albert Port, the goblin business. William R. Talbot became president in 1971. By 1973-74, the Talbot family have taken over major business institutions in the country, including the rubber plantation of the place of my birth, Sino County. They had taken over everything. The Progressive Alliance of Liberia came together around that time, 1974-75. Gabriel Bacchus Matthews, Oscar Jai Quia, Samuel Polyvius Jackson, Thomas Weweyu, Fedre Baz Gologai. You young people. They decided, something is not right in our country. And there are many other people, the brain is old now. Brain is old, so just in case I did not recall your name, Please pass me. Give me a pass. It's not deliberate. It's not deliberate. The guys came together and said, you know, something is not right. Maybe we need to do something. And the first order of business by Powell in 1975 was to constitute themselves into something like a research thing, a think tank group, research policy issues, and make recommendations to government. They soon learned very quickly that this thing will not work. True Wing Party does not respond to some letter by some child sitting up in New York or Washington, D.C. No. The group in the United States decided that they will publish their own newspaper, and their focus will be the government of Liberia, the workings, and the lack of it. And whenever the edition is produced, they will smuggle that paper throughout the country. In 1975, while at the university, somebody walked to me one day. I don't remember that person, but he gave me stack of the revolution. He said, my man, take the paper and read and do whatever you want to do. I took this paper. I fell in love with the writings. Let me say quickly, I was member of Moja then. I was a member of Moja. Everything my parents told me, Moja began to confirm it. They start to tighten my identity, my values, my beliefs. Moja. But when I read that paper from Powell, the paper indicated that Powell wanted to form an opposition party to True Wing Party. I said, damn it, this is what my grandfather said we should do. My grandfather told me we should oppose these people. That these people will never ever change the condition under which our people lived. I was excited, blown away. And they had some form in our edition for you to, fill a form, and I did. I filled a form. At the time, I was Secretary General of the Liberian Student Christian Council based in the YMCA. I grew up in the YMCA as a kid. I'm a product of the Grey Y. I'm a product of the High Y. I went through the Model United Nations General Assembly thing. I went through the National Older Boys Conferences from 7th grade through 12th grade. I thought the YMCA did pretty well with me and with a lot of other young people. They prepared us. I'm not even going to talk about student government. From 6th grade up to the time I left high school, I was president of somebody, some class, some student council. My skills were grown. I was good to go. And then when I entered the university in 75, I became chairman of the All Student Allied Party. My skills again were being beefed up. But there's something my father told me, and I must share with you. He always advocated fairness, objectivity. And so through my work, I try to be fair to people. Even if I'm opposed to you, I try to see reason in your own advocacy or lack of it. 1975. Mr. Matthew dropped me a note through the YMCA stating that Paul was considering coming to Liberia. I said, whoa, then that war back. So all my men there, we will crack jokes, say, damn man. True body people, we kill people. And we will laugh. But we laughed at something that we later on became to know that it was not a joke. It was serious business. From 1976 to 1980, we talked to every major family in this town to find out what it is about doing political thing. Every family, every individual we talk to in this town will say, no, 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 don't do this. No, no, don't do this. They will say, can you just find somewhere to go? You in college? Why you want to do this? You will bring trouble to the family. True, we party? What? And Matthews finally landed here with Samuel Polyvius Jackson, Oscar Jai Quia, to meet with President Talbot to impress upon the president a member of the True We Party that we're ready. We're ready to organize our party. We informed the president that we are organizing our party on 3 basic principles. And one of those principles was, I guess, well, we made some changes today, but the issue we raised with True We Party, they are alive and well today. But here was the issue we raised. We indicted True We Party on 4 counts. Here they come. Failure to develop a comprehensive educational system that will have ensured all Liberian children of a brighter future. That was count 1. Count 2, we said, failure to provide the infrastructure necessary for the country to make progress. Infrastructure. How you make progress, they play close. The 3rd count, we indicted the True We Party. We said, failure to develop agriculture program that will enable our people to ultimately become self-sufficient. On the 4th count, we indicted the True We Party. We said, failure to create a political apparatus of inclusion, indicative of social and economic justice and equality. Those were the 4 counts. We felt that this country will never, ever make progress as long as the school system is not correct. Throughout my lifetime, my parents, they're farmers. That's all we live on. They don't have any job organized, they work for themselves. But the food we produce, we couldn't sell it because there was no road. Where we live in Sino, how much food can you put on your head to take to Greenville to the marketplace? We couldn't. How come some people in this country believe only they have the brains and only they can make decisions for you, and that you are not capable to decide what is good or what is bad? On those reasoning, the Progressive Alliance of Liberia was given birth, Mr. Chairman. We decided that the cornerstone, our cornerstone, that the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, that later on became the Progressive People's Party, will bring people to the process through the primary system. We said, and I showed a number of people in this room, on this panel, we agree with me, that true we parties selected people through the caucus system. They go in the back room, smoke their cigar, drink their wine, drink their gin, and decide on somebody. We decided that we'll contrast that approach. That approach will not help our country. And so we adopted the primary system. The second pillar we advocated was that the country needed to be decentralized. We needed to reorganize the country. We argue that if you reorganize the country, that one, you will bring credit, you will strengthen the credit institutions, and poor people will have access to financial institutions to get whatever they wanted to do so that they can do it, and do it without hindrance. We argue that the poor people of Liberia have good credit in paying banks, that the American Liberians have no credibility. Every bank they have put together, they have stolen the money from there. And we believe the poor people, if they credit from a bank, that bank has a future. The third piece, we say Liberia will have to socially engineer progress. We have to craft progress. We have to define the boundaries and limits so that our people will make progress. We said in power that this country deserves better. We deserve better. But of the three things I named that made power different was food. Food. Those of you who are learned people here, and throughout this morning, throughout the country who hear this voice, what did D2S say about food in 1944? What did he say? Go read it. This commission has assets, you have partners that have money. Ask them to do the research. 1944. What did they say about food? Here's this country that eat rice 4-5 times a day and have no program to produce it. What kind of business is this? What's wrong with us? What is wrong with us? And the commission say Liberia problem from 1979. Mr. Chairman, please forgive me. For whatever reason you drew the line, it's unacceptable to me. It's unacceptable to me, oh man. I'm sorry. How can you ignore the history, the banditry, the atrocity in this place, and you draw a line on 1979, Mr. Chairman? How dare you? You are a lawyer, my friend. You are a lawyer. How can you? How can you let them? You guys have your records. I mean, you have good record, man. Let me pull on my social work cap for a moment, please. And I'm putting on this cap, Mr. Chairman, because I hear people talking about apology. What is the mission of this commission? What is the mission? What's your focus? Because it will give us understanding, sir. Because all the debate that's taking place, you're not reacting to it. You've been sucked into into some false perception, sir. And that's sad. That's sad. That's sad. As a social worker, Liberia coming all of at least the last 14 years of war, your focus. The 14 years of war, in fact, has separated our families. This war reduced our values. This war broke down the institutions. The institution of the family, culture, economic, even political. Not only that, sir, we lost over 300,000 people. They were raped, Mr. Chairman. My father was killed because you were Kankala's father, Mr. Chairman. The only crime he committed, he born this crazy fella. The ministry, 1976. Paul came. We were clear what we wanted to do here. When we came here, those of us who were on the ground, the guys that came from the States, Blamo Nelson, Matthews, Alfonso Kawa. DK Wonselia graduated from Cuttington with a math degree. The son of a chief. This kid, I've seen pretty bright people. DK Wonselia, very bright kid. We were trying to put together power. And we thought that those of us who were here, I never went to America, I've been here. My parents brought me from Sino 1962. 9 years old, 1962. Everything I learned through those years, up to 1983, was here. I'm one of those that you can call locally groomed. I went to school only here. Know nothing about nothing, communism, socialism, come from communist country and all that stuff. I grew up in this town. I learned to study this town. I told you the YMCA did me some good. I visited every county before I graduated from high school. Every county. YMCA, they were doing national older boys conference. They were doing some vacation thing. They were always doing something. The national student movement, Charles Minor, now Liberian ambassador, I understand they recently replaced him to Washington. Charlie carried us everywhere. Before I came out of high school, Mr. Chairman, I've seen our country. You didn't have to tell me. I was all over Lofa, all over Maryland, all over the place. The YMCA were training us to take over leadership. And so they exposed us. The girls guys, the Boy Scout, all of these, what you now famous, you call big, those are you civil society people, you call civil society, they were there those days. Their emphasis at that time was training young people to be leaders. I got lucky. If you recalled, at that time they were training young people to compete, to drill in the streets, We school drill best and do this and do that. They were talking about meet the challenge. We students were smart. Yeah. And I'm saying this to say, every day I wake up, I walk through the streets, and I see our young people all over this place. And I ask myself, so what do we have to do when we deal with this kid who's selling biscuit? 6-7 years old selling biscuit in the street. What will his life be after 30 years? The conversation we're having is about 30 years, right? What we did in 1979 or didn't do. What will Liberia be like 30 years from today? All of you, my friends, who are sitting at a Atai shop at a different radio station, let me give you an issue. What will Liberia be in 30 years? That's the conversation you should keep with our young people. And the reason why it's important, 56% of our population is below 21. That's my social work cap. 56%. If you say 3.5, if you say 4, if you say 2.8, whatever you say our population is, 56% is under the age of 21. My time, they used to say the growth rate of Liberia was 3.3. They say we're more the fastest, nation, population growth. 3.3. Now, please forgive me again, Mr. Chairman. Let me raise another question. What is the purpose of doing all these studies? The first national development plan I saw as a young kid in college who were curious, who were anxious about the future, was a plan produced by William R. Talbot. The first national development plan of Liberia was produced in 1976 by Mr. Talbot. In St. Patrick, we used to say, so we ate the book. We read it, we analyzed it, and we did not see the connect between the policy formulation and the resource allocation to make the policy. So you read a very nice book. We have one program in the parlor of the executive mansion, and then we clap, we drink some wine, and we go home. 1976. So Paul had a document to work with. The president 4-year development plan, 1976. We key on the implication of that plan on food. We did not see a connection. There was disconnect between the policy and what they say will come. They all come. There's no connection. When you set goal, people who are in this business, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission will provide therapy over the next 10 years. So they set a goal. But Truth and Reconciliation Committee or Commission must define some small steps so that we can get to that goal 10 years. If those steps, if there are no steps to take us to that goal 10 years from now, somebody can conclude, say this one here is a joke. We read the 1976 plan of the True We Party. It was a castle in the air. No pillows. No pillows. And for us, it was unacceptable. So since our interest, now please understand, our party, our movement, we said we will put in place the primary system. We want decentralization. We want to make sure that Liberians get in the business of creating capital for themselves and for our country. For us, we could not compromise any of those three. Create indigenous capital. Process a policy, because you got to understand something. And some people will argue, those of you sitting in the Atai shop, they will argue with you. Liberia is a unitary, it's unitary, they're not federal. How can that all of men they say we must decentralize? When you empower people, when you give people voice, there can be nothing better than giving voice to people. That's where decentralization, we argue at the time, will do. To give voice to the people. They will make mistakes, we said. No doubt. That the administrators will make mistakes. And so when we read President Tolbert Lewsom, we went to see the Minister of Agriculture. Very early 1978, after all the research, after all the assessment, every major paper written about Liberia between 1976 to 1980 we read. Every major policy paper we read. Because we were told that True We Party was vicious. And you must be able to dot the I's and cross the T's, or else you will be murdered in the morning. And so in 1978, we decided to approach the Minister of Agriculture, the lady who had responsibility for food. We had a very nice conversation, and she said, you should go to see the Assistant Minister of Planning in the Ministry of Agriculture. The young brother, I think you are our own generation too, the Peking too wanted to prove that he too was knowledgeable and that nobody will push him over. That. I mean, the conversation was not friendly at all. Very hostile conversation we both kept. We went back to see him. We met with him about 3-4 times, talking about the food, sending letters here and there. But let me bring you up to date about something, because I hear some people in this place keep talking about it. I think between March and April 1978, we wrote the Ministry of Justice and the President of Liberia to have a political meeting in this very hall. In this hall. This hall. And we asked the President, just in case the pavilion is booked, please let us use City Hall. We got no reply from the President. We got no reply from the Minister of Justice. And the day we asked to hold meeting in this hall, the True We Party brought battalion into this city. they brought the army for the first time out of the barracks. They brought the army from Camp Nama, from Camp Ramrod, from Todi. They brought them and they shut this hall down, this hall. This historical hall was denied to the people. Mr. Chairman. They just shut us out. But who said they can't have meeting in our place? The Centennial Memorial Pavilion became their place. Early 1978. But what was troubling, you didn't reply us, but you brought army. I watched the young people in CDC. I watched the young people in the National Patriotic Party. Please give me 1 second. Let me talk to you why I make this conversation with the commission. To fight power game, you got to know the rules. To play power game, you honor obligation to learn the rules and learn it well. Because the people you'll be meeting, they are crafted, very brilliant people. I just want you to know that. Because when I see CDC people every day, when I see MPP case every day, I always say, now that look like power. Yeah, I would do my hair like that, you know. They look at us. That's how we used to be. Yeah. People told us we have no place in this place. That we have no right to be here. And the only reason they told us that, Mr. Chairman, because we're native people children. We're poor people children, oh man. But why they can't find something to do? And mind you, they might not ask you where you study in school and you might not call some different thing. But you can't teach. But why you don't go and teach? But how come you're not doing little agriculture? They want to define what is good for you. My father, my great-grandfather, my grandfather, my father. I show millions of fathers throughout the land and breadth of our country told their children what they can do, and they told them that sky is the limit. They told them. Anyone that I've seen in my life, I tell them every day, you are good. I love you. My own children, my relative children, they're the pride and joy. If you were to get to see any of my kids this morning and you'd say something to them, say, Bikala told me, you're not telling me something new. Because I told them they have to be competitive. That I'm born in a place that was not friendly to me and to my friends. 1978. We had all of 1978, Mr. Chairman, up and down with True We Party. Up and down. Communication. We did something else, Mr. Chairman. There's nobody of significance in the town we didn't talk to. We had no problem walking in somebody's house or office to just question them, what do you know? Because it was important to us. We're outsider, man. We knew we're outsider. We knew we were truly in a strange territory. We knew that. And so we wanted to understand what it was all about. 1978. 1978. 3 times in 1978, we decided to hold public meeting, PAL. 3 times. The True Party turned it down, and they didn't only turn it down from the hall, they brought the army. Late 1978, the first political party meeting that was held in this town from 1956 to 1978, the meeting we had was the first opposition meeting held in this place. And guess where it was held? Guess where? On the beach, Coconut Plantation. On the beach, 1978. 1978. You want to tell me all the public buildings in the town are taught? And we started asking among ourselves, but I thought this government said they want opposition. But for them, the True Party government did not draw a line between political party, True Party, and the government of Liberia. In fact, they were one and the same. We had a meeting, and President Talbot, the security told President Talbot, we had a meeting on the beach, and there were guns on the beach. 1978. We met with President Talbot, and he said, you know, I get a report, you get guns. But you know, you can't do nothing here, you know, wherever little gun you get. 78. The 2 points I'd like to make. The people that work in our security services and you are dealing with that very question today. The police. We are organizing the police. We are organizing the armed forces of Liberia. What is the mission of the new army after 14 years of war? What is the mission? Philosophically, what is the army supposed to do? The army of 2008. I understand some foreign people are organizing this army. What do they know about the sociology, the anthropology, the history of Liberia to constitute our army? What do they know about us? Then I hear say the police this, the police that. Who constituted the police? What the police supposed to do? What's their mission? What's the purpose? (1978). They brought the army on us because we want to have meeting in this room. The true army at us. We pull back. We're not ready. No, we're not ready. After the time when we had a meeting in Coconut Plantation, by that time we are organized PAL in every neighborhood in this town. Every neighborhood in this town had what we call area committee. Mr. Chairman, we work 24 hours non-stop in this town. Oscar Queer, DK Wanselier, we decided we'd take another large county from the True Party, and we took Nima. We wanted to teach them a lesson very badly. We We wanted to rub their noses in the sand so they would know that power belongs to all. We wanted them to know that politics or the whole power game was full-time. It was not only about eating money, taking people money, arresting people falsely, lying up and down. There's a definition of governance that I want you to know, Mr. Chairman. It says, strong state. Strong state. Accountable to a citizen under the rule of law. Governance. There are several definitions. As you go through the literature, you will find. For this discussion, I want you to focus on that piece for a while for me. Strong state, accountable to a citizen, under the rule of law. So what is the law? What is the law, Counselor? What did they say about forming political parties? What did they say? What should be the behavior governing political parties? Prior to 1986 Constitution, what was the law? I'm not even worried about 1986. What was the law that governed the behavior of political parties prior to 1986 Constitution? What was the law? Because it's important for you to know, because you may in no time you will say, well, they violent, they acted outside the law. But what is the law? It's important for this commission. Because for me, I'm hoping that when the commission job is done, you will help us to understand what is happening to our country. You will help us to understand the place of the Constitution. You will help us to understand how we do business as a government. You will help us to understand what is the role of the political parties. How should they behave? So 1978, we decided we'll get an office. There's a man, he was involved in diamond business. May his soul rest in peace this morning. Timothy Frank. Mr. Frank said he worked with Nadesia Brownell and other people in 1956. He said they killed them. And he said his way of mourning, of grieving, would be to give Pa his house. If the place, I stopped there this morning. I stopped at Pa's office this morning. I stopped at the mass grave of the power people that were dumped there. I went there to say, I will tell your story. (1978), around October, November, all the ministries were preparing annual reports. And our people at the Ministry of Agriculture informed us that, the minister recommending rice increase. The Oman increasing the rice. So when we heard that, but right around that time, please let me step by. All the area committees came together, and I was asked to serve as the general coordinator of PAL Monrovia branch. So I took a seat on the leadership table of PAL. When we got the word that the OMAM had recommended price increase, I convened a meeting of all the area committees. That meeting, we considered one item: food policy. That's all the meeting was about, to discuss food policy. December 1978. The Monrovia branch of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia convened. We invited the leaders of the Central Committee, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Quia, D.K. Wanselier, Samuel Doki, D.K. Wanselier, Dominique Sao from Bonn, and all of our men around the country. And Nyepan from Sino, we brought all of them in. We wanted to have a conversation among ourselves. I recall at the end of that meeting, we decided that we hold a demonstration. I was instructed by the Central Committee to ensure that the demonstration take place. My mandate was clear: let the demonstration happen. December 1978. Then we went back into outreach, talk to people in government, talk to people in business, talk to people in the True We Party. Went back to Minister Florence Chenaway. At the time, the current president of Liberia, Mr. Salif, was Deputy Minister of Finance. She was B person too. B person in the True We Party. Yes. 1978. We ran this conversation with school. We went to LU library, just talking to people to understand the issue better. So we wrote Minister of Justice Oliver Bright to grant us permit to demonstrate, to take our request to President Talbot and the True We Party. Because by that time, we have learned a thing or two about how this government, or the True We Party government, how it does business. And so we took our letter to Mr. Bright, provided a covering letter, and sent it to President Talbot. The letter we sent to President Talbot, we asked for a meeting. We asked for a meeting to meet with the president and the government. The president agreed to meet with us on March 25th, 1979. March 25th, 1979. PAL constituted a 25-man delegation time we call our delegation the People's Delegation. It was comprising of people from the civil society, from our party, and people who have interest in the issue. The President Talbot brought to that meeting Mrs. Helen Johnson Sirleaf, his Deputy Minister of Finance. She attended that meeting. Oliver Bright, Florence Chenaway, Richard Henrys, Frank Talbot, the stars of the True Party were there. March 25th, 1979. At the end of that meeting, President Talbot told us, or told a meeting, that he understood the concern of the delegation. He said, I will get back to you. Let it be known that the recommendation from the Ministry of Agriculture is just a recommendation. We trusted the president. We had a handshake with the gentleman. Because I must say quickly, President Talbot had treated Powell with respect. And whenever he tells us something, we honor it. From March 25th to April 4th, we didn't get a word from Oliver Bright, we didn't get a word from Florence Chenaway, and we didn't get a word from the president of Liberia. Matthew and I sneaked into the president's office. We went to the mansion. We told the people that we were there, we wanted to see the president. The president agreed to see us. We went, he looked at Matthew, he looked at me, and he said, do you understand that the people that producing rice or importing rice need to make some profit? And Matthew said, yeah, Mr. President, we do. And I asked him, I said, Mr. President, so how much profit they're supposed to make? He said, Khan, your father is a farmer. You don't want so we change the way he working? I said, yeah, Mr. President. But not the way you're doing it. Because nobody reach us, Mr. President. We get rolled. By that time we have read the literature now. We were very solid, very confident on the literature, on the books. I said, no, not the way you're doing it, no role, nothing there. So, you know, my father, I don't expect my father's condition to change, Mr. President. And then during the meeting, Matthew said, Mr. President, who stands to benefit from the proposed price increase? He said, Mr. President, we have a listing of all the people that are importing rice to Liberia today. The number one importer is Daniel Talbot, your brother. He said, Mr. President, we have a listing of all the rice producers. The number one producer happy to be you and your friend J.T. Philip and all of you. So yeah. President Talbot got up. He got up. You could see his face. And he walked out. came across, he came around the table. Came around the table. And he said, he was shaking. And I said, Mr. President, we trust you. You've been fair to us. You've been firm. Please do something about the rice. And then he put his 2 hands. He gave me the center of Matthew and myself. He put his hand on my shoulder. He put his hand on Matthew's shoulder. And he said, I will do everything that in my power to get the issue resolved. We shook his hand for the second time. We thought we were making a gentleman agreement again. April 4th, 1979. Mr. Chairman, why am I going through all of this? Because there is the thinking in this town that Powell people were reckless. That these boys were just troublemaker. Please let me say, no, we're not. And if you decide to do a good work, and you take the profile of the guys in power, each and every one of them, take each of them, run through their life over the last 30, 40 years. There's no spot on our skin about force, about the use of force in this country. No spot. We, the Powell people, including those that are lying in the graveyard on Center Street, those that were buried in Temple Village, the police threw them there, and the only crime they committed was because they were Powell members. They killed them. Those that dominate Bank, took on the beaches, Greenville, the sprinkler sand on, the only crime they committed was because they were Powell members. Those who were jailed in Camp 4 or in Saniquele or in Lamco area or beaten in Lamco area, the only crime they committed was because they were Powell people. We, no time, Mr. Chairman, try to force anything in this town. We follow the law. Now, if somebody in this room sitting and listening to the radio say that you commit a crime to abide by the Constitution, then I submit to you, Mr. Chairman, I commit crime. If somebody on this panel, if somebody in this room, if somebody sitting somewhere in the country say Powell people committed crime because they followed the law, then we submit. I respectfully say to you, Mr. Chairman, we did not. We follow the Constitution to the letter. We follow the Constitution to the letter. April 4, after our meeting with the president, we drew some conclusions. We left that room believing that President Tolbo's mind was made up and there would be price increase. We got to Gertie Street, at Pa's office. After all the analysis and all of that, we wrote President Tolbo a letter asking President Tolbo to accept a $20,000 contribution to do research on our food policy. We said to the president that he did not have sufficient evidence that the research, that the formulation of our food policy, that the logic was faulty. We concluded the president's logic for increasing the price of rice was faulty. And we wanted him to reconsider the idea that we asked him to employ people, to recruit people, to bring people to study the food policy of Liberia so that we can all make progress, including him. In a few days, we got a letter of rejection from the president that they would not accept our contribution. At that time, Oliver Bright had issued the first order to shoot and kill if any child is found in the street. Oliver Bright, the Minister of Justice, my Attorney General, decided that he will shoot me for abiding by the law. Oliver Bright. Remember something? The luxuries you have today was never there, my people. Every radio, everything that resembled radio in this town was controlled by the True We Party. Everything that looked or smelled like newspaper in this town was controlled and managed by the True We Party. Whether Liberian Age, Liberian Star, the Inaugural, the Bento Times, you name anybody in this town. Everything that was newspaper in this town was controlled by the True We Party. In fact, the only radio station in this town, there were two. ELBC, owned by the government of Liberia, and ELWA, a Christian radio station. So how come these boys who have no means, how come they beat them? The people have radio, they have television. The man who spoke for 2 days in this place yesterday, he was a government announcer. Yeah. Government announcer. This guy who bowled this town yesterday. Government announcer. The government controlled the media then. Today, through radio, all sort of radio stations are now here. You should look back and smile and say, well, I guess we made a little progress then. With all the radio stations you get here and all the newspaper you get here, you can write anything. You can say, well, look, but we come a long way, right? So Oliver Bright issued orders. Then, shamelessly, the Minister of Education issued order that no child will go in the street for the demonstration. He has showed the president, and shamelessly. Easter. This holy day, this holy day was coming, people were trying to organize themselves for Easter. And here were powerful people organizing to do this work. We reconvene again. The Central Committee of the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, we reconvene, and we decided to step up our outreach. And my assignment was to see two people. Itomo Reeves, George D. Brown. We have been in contact with Bishop Brown from the time Matthew arrived here. Bishop Brown, Reverend Reed, a lot of people. And Bishop would say, so come, what is it that you think you will do with through a party? Why don't you just find one little scholarship and just go away? Please forgive me for stopping. My boss man just arrived. You know. Welcome, Mr. Pierre. We went out, Matthews, Queer, all these guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this beautiful day that we have here. And thank you for your time. You know, doing the whole TRC hearing here, I was not really into Liberian politics. Like many of you guys, I was into something else in this country. But the reason I'm playing this thing here is to actually allow you to face yourself in the mirror. And for those of you who started listening to Deacon Carlos saying he starting with Sino County being isolated, no water, quality drinking water, no education, no this. And the next thing you know, they came up with a Progressive Alliance of Liberia trying to recognize or be recognized. And then having Ellen Johnson Sirleaf with Turbo, having it. I mean, can you imagine they have to apply for permit to protest today? But yeah, what I have to say here, I believe that we have missed a lot of opportunities along the way. And if we don't get it right, whether it is Cummings, whether it is somebody else, that vacuum will always be there. And that is the rule of law. You know, I listened to Deacon Carlo saying that his father told him, oh, when our people get in the house. Well, his father said it, right? But who are we listening to today? Who are we seeing today in the government today? Who are we seeing in the government today? Are we seeing our people in there? So what are they doing today in our house? What are they doing there? Look at the current government today. Whatever his father predicted that our people will be in the house, don't we have our own people there? Until we realize that Liberia belongs to every one of us and not to a particular party that I love and not to a particular person I cherish. We will have leaders that will just come and do a little bit and then they will not do enough. This guy you see here, you know what's going through my mind right now? 50 years from now, where will Martin Colley be sitting down? Where will Mr. Costa be sitting down with the COP 50 years from now? And what would they be telling your children in the future? Oh, yes, when we were in exile, we used to write and he used to, and you know, Joe, we are our president. This one was president. That is why I look at these things and make the projection, because the way I see things is a rerun that is taking place because we don't have any structure right now. What the guy was advocating for, number one, rice. They wanted to have what? They wanted to have a policy regarding agriculture and food production. You see, Toba was a very nice guy, all right? Toba was a very, very nice guy who wanted to bridge the young people with the status quo. But because it was not working well, they decided to break apart from Togo and destroy the whole country. And that's what happened. So as you guys enjoy this show, I can guarantee you guys, if we don't put the pieces together, we're going to see a repeat of what is about to happen again. It will repeat itself. It will repeat itself. So enjoy yourself. But in order for us to be like Somalia, we might not be like Somalia. I mean, not missing Somalia. In order for us to be like Rwanda, we might not be like Rwanda. Because the people of Rwanda on the Pokigami, they all agree that they made errors and they want to fix that error and making sure that nothing is wrong. Today, I still see the division today. Yeah, it still exists today. The division still exists today in Liberia. And if we don't fix it, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Check how you saw Ellen Johnson said came to power today. She brought a few of her friends, they grabbed their own. We are comes to power already now. They're grabbing a few of the things. Cummings, Boca, either want to take off it, they'll go and grab their own. And then it will just be that vacuum, that vacuum. Only pocket of people will enjoy that country because we are not learning our lesson. You know, I see people always interviewing Jerry Vodia. One thing Jerry Vodia failed to tell the Liberian people when they got done with their findings, other than looking at the prosecutory aspect of their finding, where they will punish people, they will want for people, I mean, they don't want people to run in the government. As far as applying what we gathered from these guys that went over there, spent their times to tell us their story, what could have been done to not repeat this same thing? Today, everything we gather from the TRC is not even part of our curriculum. As you sit here today and listen to these people, your mind running here and there. Question is it possible that we could have another crisis ahead? Yes. Should we have integrated this experience into a teachable moment and integrate that into our curriculum and begin to teach these things along the way as the new generation come out, so that way they cannot be denied or they shouldn't deny other people? Nobody has done these things. Nobody. So the whole TRC team, it was just a flow show of nothing. Because when you ask Jerry Verdier, Mr. Verdier, what did you recommend as far as or aside from the prosecution or prevention of warlord participating in our election, what did you do outside of that to improve our young generation coming up? Nothing. Nothing. So Jerome just go around and sit down, be platform. Oh yeah, we did this, we did this. It's wrong. It's wrong. You see, in Cambodia, in the Philippines, when the people fought their war, the United Nations came and put their entire country into a restructure mode. Whatever they experienced, the Tamil Tiger guerrilla that used to be fighting down in South America, when they laid their arms down, they prevented other people from participating in their government. At the same time, they integrated what their findings were into their school curriculum and started to teach the younger generation. But if you ask anybody now what the TRC were all about, somebody coming out of high school, what is the new civic education that you learned from the TRC? What went wrong? And what you think we can do to prevent it from happening? We're not interested. We are not interested. We are not interested. We are not interested. All right? We are not interested in these things. We are not interested in these things. And that's why the country will continue to be the way it is. Because we are all self-centered in our own way. We want to support this. We don't want to support this. And I'm sorry to say that we'll remain in the white man land forever. Yes, we'll remain in the white man land forever. because the white man idea is the best idea that will always give a comfort, especially we Liberians. We and Rwanda came together from the war, but see how far they have gone today. You see how far they are going today? Their country is booming. But look at our country. You all saw Ellen Johnson said she came, I just showed her video. You all saw that, you all saw what Ellen Johnson said he did. But in reality, what did she give and what did she give out to us? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I'm projecting from now to 2065. Before we hit 2065, all the guys you see around here, all right, all the guys you see around here, they will go back to Liberia and they will tell their own story too. And when you measure those things, it will yield nothing. Everything you do, because I'm not seeing any national development plan. I'm not seeing any smart plan for you guys. The only person I've seen that got a little something in the tank is Mr. Cummings' plan. Mr. Cummings' plan is telling us what he's going to do. But for the rest of the other people, absolutely nothing. They just come on different platform and get talk. So you see, guy like Deacon Carlos, he became a victim because when Backup Matthew and other came from America, in fact, they sent Jackson man that masquerading around here. He is a founding member of that PAL, Progressive Alliance of Liberia. Saint Jackson is part of that. He came from the Backup Matthew line. But after all those years, 26-year-old, when they took power in 1980, Saint Jackson is still passing around here today. He's the guy that left war now. But until God called him, he has to tell you guys the true story about what they did to that country. And you think I'm not going to tell you that it will not repeat itself again? Of course, it will repeat itself. Definitely will repeat itself. So my point here is there are many Liberians. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but our country was not meant to be a better country because of how we were brought out. We went to war and destroyed the country, right? But we come back now, we're not even putting things into place. We're not setting the basis to make our country better. But individually, we are making progress. That's what we're doing. Individually, we are making progress. But collectively, as a country, we are not making progress because everybody is self-centered in their own ways. So we see other countries on the continent of Africa making progress, but we'll never get to see that progress in our country. Mr. Comey was tried, but he cannot change anything for the longest. No, because we are very, very self-centered. That's who we are. We will sit down and enjoy the technology that other countries has to offer. We will enjoy the technology. But to drive from Monrovia to Nima County, to drive from Nima County to Riverside County, we will only envision that in our mind, but it will not happen anytime soon because of who we are. We are not ready for the truth. We are not ready for the truth. Can you imagine? After 175 years, look how the country is. But countries that are just 60 years old, countries that are just 70 years old, see the number of progress they have made. But we are not made nothing. Liberia going to hit 200 years old and nothing going to change because of our mindset. So we got more time to remain in other people's country. Can you imagine your country is normal, but you're living in exile? That's how embarrassing it is. We live in a normal country, but even the people that live in the Ukraine go to other country, and right after that Ukraine war, Ukraine going to rise again, and they're going to be a united country. And again, Liberia will remain the same. Liberia will remain the same. The Ukraine you're see destroying here. By the time that war comes to an end, Ukraine will rise again. And it will be one of the beautiful countries that Liberians today who are young in our country will go and visit. And will say, wow, did people ever fight war here? So the question here is, are we ready to change our country? Or we just want to just act like we got a country, but we're not doing anything better? Jerome Frederick then came up with the TRC. What recommendation did they make? They made to the government of Liberia. For example, to say, look, we need to take this annual experience. read a book like the TRC version 1 is version 2 and start teaching it from 4th grade to 6th grade, 7th grade to 9th grade, 10th grade to 12th grade, so that the young people that are coming out will get to understand some of the missed opportunity in the leadership of our country that led to the war. So that when young people come out, they can understand. Even people at the University of Liberia who want to specialize in leadership education, what can you do to prevent things? What can you do? There is nothing, because people just tend to personalize things. You're in a country where when you support one political party and then you change your opinion because the political party is not doing the right thing, then they label you as somebody bad. Oh yeah, we can put that man in there. That man did man this. But we don't believe in diversity. We don't believe in being dynamic with things. We don't believe in those things. So we got a long way to go, folks. Y'all enjoy yourself, all right? Y'all enjoy yourself with it. But I mean, I'm just saying, but it's going to be very difficult. Mr. Comey will come and he will serve his 6 years, 12 years, but I can guarantee you it will not be a normal country. Yes. This, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Mr. Comey will come and serve a term. And you see Ellen King serve a 12-year term? Right. Mr. We are a 7-year term. Right. Even if Mr. Comey comes and serve a term, Liberia will not be a better country, because the bitterness in everyone's heart, the lack of being Liberia-centric, the centricity of being a Liberian by putting things first. Not because Joe Weah is your leader, when he does the wrong thing, you still stick with him. No. Not because Boca is a leader, when he does the wrong thing, you still stick with him. That is not what I call being Liberia-centric. The centricity of Liberia meaning you put everything above. Put everything above. You see the generation, the guy you're looking at here, their generation started from the 60s. Now they are wiping away now. They are all dying now. They're all dying. What did they achieve? Nothing. Even Sawyer them were masquerading around here. They came with a movement of justice in Africa. This guy then they came with what? The Progressive Alliance of Liberia. These were movements they were establishing, right? But what have they done to sustain the movement? Nothing. Moja is dead. The only thing they benefited from, Amon Sawyer became wealthy. Bago Marview got some little money. Toba and Tipo got some money. Dr. Abraham Farmer got some money. I don't know about the guy where he got something. But what happened? Individually, they became successful, right? Ellen Johnson said he, who were part of the two party, she became successful. But what happened to the movement? Where is that movement today? That movement is supposed to be a house of resources where we create check and balance. A progressive alliance. You listen to how the man tell his story, how beautiful and how constructed and well measured they were by engaging the two party. So where is the legacy of that institution today? When Emmett Tillman got killed in Alabama, when Dr. King and others established the defense and protection of Black people, today we have the NAACP. Out of the NAACP, we are seeing the Black Lives Matter, and then we see the extension that brought about inclusiveness about what? The ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union. These are organizations that started because there was some inequality in the American society, even though it still exists. However, these organizations still remain as a guide, as a facilitator to what can be done. And based on that, they have gained a lot of success today. Police people are being locked up, fired from job. But look at Liberia. They said they came to establish what? The movement for justice in Africa. But when you look at Liberia today, so many injustices. The Progressive Alliance. Where is the alliance today? You see nothing in the country. Then today now in modern Liberia now, we got COP. All right? We got the other party, we got the other one here. Those things were not lies. It is individual based, meaning that everybody just trying to establish their own organization. When that time can they grab their own, by the time they know they get enough money, the organization, oh, everybody on their own. Our country, honestly speaking, was not meant to be a country to sustain itself. Yes. You know, it's one thing to launch a program, but how sustained are you to keep that thing going? You can launch something, but you got to sustain it And the art of sustaining something is to continue to improve upon it, improve upon it. The reason we are so disorganized in our in our school or thought, the way we have conversation, is because we are not being able to engage, the severity of how we should discuss things from a country level. And like you have little children sitting there and talking about the national aspect of the country. Why should I love this country? Why should I not prevent myself from happening? All right? Why? Why shouldn't I prevent myself these things from happening? Why? Because we are not schooled into these things. When you look on the social media, you see the number of abusive languages that are being used because somebody expresses their opinion. So the 250,000 people that died, in my opinion, they just lost their life for nothing. They lost their life for nothing. And will not gain anything over time. If you look at the country today, what the guy has said, if you look at the country today, you see a massive honor development across the country. You see the lack of other essential things that we do not have. But what do? We feel comfortable in other people's country, right? Yes. I'm in America, you're sitting down here enjoying myself. Yes. But this is a country that had no black in the ground before. No black were in the ground before. But what happened next? The people started putting black in the ground. And their country is successful today. That is why today when you see many Liberians go to Liberia to work, by the time they turn you over, they come right back to America here. That tells us that we are not a serious people. Because if you can go to your country of birth, and by the time your job or your government turn you over, you run it by coming to another country, then we are not meant to be on the earth, because it should be the other way around. You go to other country, you learn, then you go back to your country to make improvement. But it's not our way. Everyone you see here today, Joe Weah lead our office today, Pisota lead our office, Eugene Fagon lead our office, they coming right back here. So it just goes to tell that our country will just be a hustle ground and not a permanent place of residence. Only those who don't have the means will remain there. But if that means ever come across them, they live in our country and ain't coming back to stay because of who we are. Because of who we are. Until we begin to understand. And one of the reasons that we are like the way we are is because we fail to teach the value of our country to the incoming generation. We never taught our people to put the country first. We had taught them how to support an individual. That's why you see today, look around Liberia. Because we personalize things, we individualize things, we idolize things. Today in Ghana, they still got the old club, like Ashanti Kotoko and other soccer club in Ghana, right? But when you look at Barrow today, you look at IE. During the day Samuel Bernard was alive, Jimmy Barrow alive, those clubs were very, very strong because those two individuals that managed the club, they were alive and they were the only people feeding into that club. So the club survived based on the people present. But now that the people are dead and gone, look where Barrow and IE is today now. They're nowhere. Until we take those things away and start to build institutions rather than building things around individual. Individual can age out and die. They can age out and retire and they can die. But the institution will remain. And the policy or the constitution in the institution will remain forever. The places you and I work today in this country, it wasn't started when we got here. They were already in existence. And as you look at the painting on the walls, in some of the people will tell you, say, yeah, the guy who established the company here. He started the company in 1816 or 19th century or 19 something. But by then you were not even around. But you came here now and you're working there and having good time. So when will we get ready to make the change that we're talking about? I just think, in my opinion, the TRC did not use anything. It was just a flow show. Some guy just came just to flex their muscle and say, oh yeah, I'm a lawyer, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this. But there's nothing they accomplish. Nothing. Look at South Africa. Irrespective of the development that had taken place in our country. When they had their TRC, they reconciled with each other. What did they take out of that TRC? The Black South African today are the ones who are giving preference in our country today. If they want to do any business, they put them first because of the disadvantage that they're enduring for all the years. So they are giving them that opportunity. But what have we done with our TRC report? What have we done? Let's forget about putting politicians there or those who participated in the war or supported the movement that brought the war to the country. But what are we doing from a society standpoint to improve the life of our people? The life. What are we doing about it? What are we doing about it? Are we teaching the younger children in our school system how to be better? No, we are not doing all those things. Absolutely nothing. But hey, let me not waste your time. Enjoy yourself, right? Enjoy yourself. It's Liberia. And we are so dependable. Liberian, most of all, we are dependable. Nobody fool you here. We cannot live on our own. In fact, it's getting too late now for us because we are 175 years old now. And we still making our hand like this, begging around. When other countries are doing so well, Rwanda is about to start exporting her German maker to the world. That is an extra income coming in for that country. Because the manufacturers have gone in, the pharmaceutical companies are now establishing a manufacturing site in Rwanda. And I think the other country should be Senegal. What about us? Because we are not meant to be a country that people should look up to. Like I said, Mr. Comey, he become president, he will try, but we're not going anywhere, my friend, because we don't have the fundamental. And we are not willing to reintroduce the fundamental. We love other people country than our own, especially our policy leader. They love other people country. That's why you see when somebody gets sick, they run into Ghana. But this is the Ghana that used to come to us back in the days. Oh yeah, take a man to Ghana. The man said the man gotta go to Ghana. Can you imagine? We so low in our self-esteem as a country that when somebody is sick, we got to run to Ghana. But the Ghanaians used to be coming to us. We got artifacts of the Ghanaians in our country. We need places called Fantine Town. We need bread that we eat called Fantine bread. Because the Fantine people from Ghana were so surplus in Liberia during their hard days, but they managed to change things around today. But we remain just like that. And then nobody willing to say, you know what? Why don't we have the conversation here? How can we be a better country? How can we be a better country? But every politician want it for themselves. You listen to Joe Weah interview, and you listen to Joe Weah interview, 2005, how he took trade with Ellen and did this. Let me tell you guys, for you to go back to the video here. Ellen Johnson said it that you saw in this video. Ellen Johnson said he had figured out two ways. See my finger here, two fingers? And they battle right here. The two finger right here, coming to the battle here. This battle is President Weah. His two finger, one is Boca and one is Cummings. And this is President Weah. That is the presidency. With that being said, let me tell you what Ellen had a vision in her mind. This coming election, if Cummings taking on Weah in the second round, Ellen will ask, Ellen might likely ask Boca. Ellen might likely ask Cummings to support Boca to defeat Weah. For Boca to support Cummings to defeat Weah. That is, if Weah and Cummings go into the second round, Ellen may ask Cummings to ask Boca to support him to defeat George Weah. Now, Weah may come to Boca to get Boca's support to defeat Cummings. Either way, if Weah wins or Cummings wins, Ellen wins. You follow me? Because Ellen's goal is for Boca to not be president of that country. So a communist take on Weir, whoever wins, Ellen is happy. And whatever Ellen wants to be protected, she's going to get the protection. That's how manipulated and clever Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is. So even if Booker take on Weir, Ellen going to go to comments and say, support Weir to keep Booker out. So Booker stand no chance. The only opportunity Booker had was to bring me in as CPP and to be the head of the CPP. That means he's going to take straight on Weir with common support. Ellen's whole vision is dead. But Ellen today is praying every day and the coalition should not unite because that gave her the advantage. So remember this. Ellen's goal is to make sure that Booker don't become president. If you don't take anything from what you listen to today, Ellen's goal is for Booker to not win. So if we go into the second round without uniting, whether it is coming taking on Weir, Ellen will be like, oh, but I'm okay. I'm okay. One time the Championship League, when Chelsea were taking on Manchester United, oh, the call will come to London because it's Chelsea taking on Old Trafford, Manchester United. So the call will come here. If it happened at Barcelona and Real Madrid go for final, oh, yeah, it will come to Spain. That is what Ellen is doing to you guys. You're not understanding that, Omar. You're not understanding that, Omar. She already bamboozled every one of us long time. She not bamboozled every one of you guys long time. She have bamboozled you guys. And he will not do it, Vivian. He will not do it. And the way Ellen win against Vivian, we will bet JMB no. JMB by default will not do it. His supporter will not do it. And that will be to Ellen's advantage. She's like, yes, go ahead, JMB. Say no to it. But you know why? For all the skeptics, your way until that time comes. Let's go back to Weir. Let's listen to Weir. We'll come back to Deacon Carl, all right? Let's listen to Weir together here, all right? Let's listen to Weir together here. Watch this.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with the Liberian Journal magazine. I'm here with my colleague, Abdullah Kiatama, and Ralph Tolbert. My name is James Kwala. We're here with Ambassador George Weir, a leading political figure in Liberia, and he's here in Minnesota during the ongoing convention of the Center of Democratic Change in the USA. Welcome to our interview, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're here for a convention. Tell me exactly what does this convention mean to you?
But it's important that all of our chapter, I mean, most especially our auxiliaries here in the U.S. Have a convention because we need to put our officers in place, people that way promote the image of the party, and so it's important that we put a structure. So that's why the convention was important. Just flew from Monrovia, came here because we have to support the convention because we wanted to have an organizational structure. So it's important to us because having an organizational structure is important to the entire CDC body. CDC, both Monrovia and the USA. So I think that was important for our people to be organized.
The convention started yesterday. Today is day 2. Plenary was yesterday. Today is workshop and voting. How far is the process, and how do you feel about the process so far?
Well, I think you saw the debate, what you were part of as a moderator. I think that we've been here for 2 days now, and it's been very great. It's been very good, and I'm glad I ought to come back to Minnesota after all the years, to see you, see our good friend Abdullah. But again, it was a good exchange, where people come forward to put forward their, the capability to show leadership, to let people know that they can build confidence in them. I think it was important that we always need a beautiful debate, and that what the convention is all about, to say ourselves. And we petition by people, and then we come to convince them that we are the people that they are selected to run the ship of affairs, and we have to convince them.
Let me sidetrack from the convention and speak to a very specific and crucial issue that is unfolding in Liberia, specifically as it relates to your party. Recently, the Secretary General of the CDC, Eugene Nambwe, traveled with President Sirleaf to the United States when she was visiting with President Obama. There are rumors in Monrovia that there is a political undertone when it comes to his travel with Madame Sirleaf, meaning that there was some monetary undertone. It happens in 2005 when you traveled with the government to the donors conference. You were attacked, and there was rumors in Monrovia also about you getting some money. How true is it? Can you speak to?
All right, so let me come back to that issue, right? Let me come back. It's a very important issue here. You heard the journalist trying to outline things. In 2005, when we had lost the election, Ellen told we are under her arm and they traveled to a donor conference, right? In 2011, Ellen again told another sedition, Eugene Nambwe this time around, pour him on her arm and brought him. I telling you guys, the next round of that election, if you go to the second round, there's no guarantee that we can go out to Boca and say, look, I'm going to offer you $5 million, and I want you to give me at least about 5 or 10 people. I'm going to put them in high profile position. Give me your support. We have been through this thing before. He understands these things. He understands these things. He understands these things. So the question the guy is asking is a very vital question. But you see, many Liberians live in present memory. And you come and say, oh, that cheating. No. That's how the system is set up in our country. When Ellen won the second round, she promised I'll bring your people there in my government. Eugene Nambwe, who was a strong sedition, and others, including Samuel Toe, you saw them working for Ellen government. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Now listen to how we are going to answer the question as far as money goes. But before we get to let me tell you guys what happened here. All that condominium we are built, I can tell you right now, that money did not come from the current government that we are in to take that money. No. Whatever we have got from Ellen between 2005 and 2011, that's that money he used to build a condominium that you saw over there. And if anybody ever think they're going to sanction WIA, then you don't know that Ellen support WIA before. No. Because Ellen had given WIA the proper guideline as to what to do to avoid not getting into trouble. Because remember, WIA is protecting Ellen. And Ellen got to make sure that WIA does the right thing. Unless WIA will be stupid. But WIA is not stupid enough. Listen to WIA and get to hear what is unfolding as it relates to the money issue the guy is talking about. Listen to WIA here. Let's listen here.
To that issue.
Well, in 2005, when I traveled with the government, I traveled in the interest of the Liberian people in our country. Because we were coming to a donor conference, and being the leader of the major political party, and I needed to go there to solicit with the government to help our country.
Now, listen to this now, folks. Listen to this, right? Listen to this. Let's just give you this dumb example here, right? So Hillary Clinton lost the election to Donald Trump, and then Hillary Clinton get on a trip and go with Donald Trump to go to other countries to go and solicit money, right? I don't want you to say this is not America or this is this, but this country teach most of the country how to be politically sound and how to be academically measured, right? So WIA is an opposition to Ellen. And then after he suffered a defeat, then he traveled with Ellen. And he said he did it in the interest of the people. So then why you have a political party when you do it in the interest of the person? That means that the Omar policy is better than your policy. And that's why you're following her. There is nowhere on the face of the planet that you will be in opposition and follow somebody to go on a trip. Do you think Comey will be able to get on the plane with WIA to go solicit something? No. Because Comey got his own party philosophy. Whatever WIA is going to solicit, Comey could have a different means to do that. So why when WIA won the election, why he didn't take Boca with him? Why WIA didn't take Boca with him? Have you seen WIA carrying Boca anywhere? That country is fucked up. I'm telling you guys, that country is fucked up. People will just come on different platforms and make all the greater ass or the most of our fellow Liberians in the country and outside the country. One they got their pocket foot, see you, that's it. So if Ellen did it, and when Boca, we had won the election, you saw him going to Boca play and say, oh man, when you're ready, let me know. Why you think Boca couldn't go where we are? Because as Boca, he got his own sense that I cannot follow this guy, because if I follow the man, I will be seen as a weak leader. I will be seen as a leader who has no sense of his own, but just leaning on somebody. So let's listen to We Are More here, folks. Let's listen to We Are More here, all right? Let's listen to We Are More.
It was a beautiful thing. A lot of political parties felt that they criticized the government at that time that they were not going to the donor conference. But I won based on our meetings, our executive meeting, and then we decided to go and then help the Liberian government to solicit funds.
So why you think all the political parties that we are talking about, why you think they didn't go? Because at that time they had Charles Walker Bronsky and they had all the other political party leaders then. Why they couldn't go? Because they felt that their own party philosophy, their own party agenda could have done better for the people of Liberia. But you know what? We are got compromised. We are got compromised. Yes, he got compromised. So if we are coming to tell you, say no money was exchanged, that's a lie. That's a lie. That election in 2005, Prince Johnson was part of that election. George we are part of that election. How they call it? Charles Walker Bronsky was part of that election. How come they all did not follow Ellen? But only we are. Why only we are? Because Ellen had already purpose in her mind that whoever will follow me, I will make sure that I will support them. And that's what we are did. And we are did it with dignity and pride just to get that money. He sold the party out. Listen to him more, folks. Listen to him more.
To rebuild our country. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In that vein, Eugene now this year came with the government, to help and let people know that that's why we are opponent, a political opponent. But again, any good thing for the country is important. So Eugene came, but that's the routine. Every time the government traveling, they will invite one leader of a political party. So this time it was us. But again, you know that we're in political time, and people want to, delve into our strength, and thinking that by saying negative things about the stand-up of the biggest political party, the People Party, it will bring down our strength, But I think that's the wrong thing to do, because the people that I work with, the people that I represent, they know my character, they know I have a credibility at stake, they know I've served them before, and they have confidence in me.
Mr. Weah, because the city is a grassroots party, because the people believe in grassroots development, can you assure them that the rumor that has been circulating is untrue and that they can still uphold that value to the CDC, that there is no monetary undertone when it comes to Mr. Nambwe's travel with Madam Salib?
Well, definitely, like I told you, there will be no way I will compromise the people's desire for change, for anything. If I ever did that, then I as my well recuse myself from politics. I brought all my resources on board, and I brought my energy. And I put everything forward for the people. I don't think I will compromise that. I think it's a good thing. The fact that CDC is established. This is one of the first things that ever happened to the grassroots people. We saw back of my few times. But this is great. This is a revolution. This is a
Let me hold you guys there. So you listen to Deacon Carlos, right? Talking about the Progressive Alliance of Liberia. That was the first grassroots party that came to at least pave the way for what we are is talking about today. But when you look at what we are is doing today, does that give you any assurance that the way has been paved? No. But what has been happening so far? They are only been enriching themselves. They are only been enriching themselves. So when we are telling you, say, oh, you saw back on my video, the Deacon Carlo guy that will be coming on shortly here, he was a protege. He was a handbag to back up my video, right? So what did they gain from that? absolutely nothing. You listen to We Are Not, this is a revolution and evolution. You listen to all those things there. My friend, we're wasting our time in our country. All these guys you see hanging around on different platforms, by the time their political leader wins, they go in our country to go grab what they can grab. Once they're done with it, they coming right back here. I look at a guy like Jeremiah Pierre, who was the press secretary for Ellen Johnson study after Sarah Badio. He now sitting on Darrell Dillon show today now, saying that he's an analyst, trying to criticize we are government. But when Jeremiah Pierre was in the Ellen government, when he was speaking and other people were criticizing, he never said anything. But because now in America here now, he doesn't even have a job to be a secretary or any council of community in this country here. But now he gonna sit down again on another platform now. Yeah, gentlemen, by the time somebody win election, then they're ready to go to the library to go draw their thing and come right back here. We got a long way to go, my friend. A long way to go with our country. So there go your we are over there, right? Listen to him. 2005, he lost to Ellen. He got on the plane with Ellen and came here. Other political parties said, no, we'll stay here. 2011, he lost to Ellen. Ellen called him again, said, okay, bring Eugene Namwe. Not only did Eugene Namwe travel with Ellen put Eugene Namwe in her government. And with all the things then, the Liberian people that support us, Joe, we had to suffer, right? And they gave him Senate position, and then they gave him the presidency. But what happened today? The common people in the country still suffering, and only we are enjoying himself today, right? Okay, so let's listen to your man. We are here again. Let's listen to him. Let's listen to him, folks. Let's listen to him here. Let him continue to propound on the issue.
New generation emerging, to show to the world that they acquire all the knowledge and then they can implement it by governing their own country, by promoting.
All right. So let me hold you guys there again. I love the part here. So yesterday there was a guy on the show yesterday, right? They were asking me, because George we are into this, so you tell again George we are. You heard the man saying that the young people have acquired knowledge. Those were some of the things that we was saying. People believed that he was going to be a guy with open mind, but this guy was a crook. You just heard him now, right? There's a new evolution. The young people got the knowledge to come out to build the country. Who will be a campaign leader of a party and will say such a thing that people will not be motivated to say, no, this guy got an idea. Let's give him the chance to see what he can do, right? Who will say that? Or who will be in denial of that? But that young man was supporting podcast, so he would not see the other side of logical things. But you listen to we are here right now, right? You listen to him right now. Everything we are said in the video here, does it come out to what he's doing today? No. So let's listen to him more again, folks. Let's listen to him here again.
The image of the country, bringing back the credibility that's lost, and then to develop their country. I think that's one of the best things. And I want to be part of that process. I don't think I want to jeopardize that. Because if anything happened, that the good will come to Liberia through CDC government, I will be part of it. So that the principle CDC was established on, transparency and accountability. There's no way, that I will come, and compromise the life of the people for my own personal aggrandizement. It's never been, and it will never be. But again, I don't want to criticize the 4th estates, but one the kind of stories being put out there, the person that put it have to substantiate, have to corroborate that story. But I don't want to give it relevance because I know, even Ellen Johnson herself know, I would never ever sit with her and negotiate money, The first time I sat with Ellen Johnson during the 2005 elections, and what we talk about is that the election was fraudulent, and we sat down, we spoke, about in the interest of the people, we must leave the whole thing, that'll move on, after 15 years of civil crisis. And a lot of people accuse me of taking $5 million, to give the results. But again,
so you see what my $5 million thing. Those of you that follow me, you heard me saying the last time that they will give Boca $5 million. Why you think that $5 million just become common like this? We have received that money. He just gave us a hint. While we are saying with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, but no, the only reason I said with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is for the betterment of the country. If you really carefully look at that statement, how he flipped it around, something happened. But you know what? Vast majority of Liberians will never understand it until they die. Only few of us who got that exquisite vision will get to see, and few of you guys will get to understand. Money changed here in 2005. Money changed here in 2011, plus bringing Eugene Nabwede on board. You think it was for nothing that Eugene Nabwede got on board? No. Because in 2011, Akara's Great wanted to protest. Akara's Great wanted to protest because they felt that George Weah and Winston Tubman won that election. But what Weah did after meeting with Ellen, you sit down, we want no noise, nothing. You shouldn't bother yourself. Because Ellen already promised you, right after my term, you come to be the next president. And today, Weah is the next president, right? Because Ellen made sure that she promoted the opposition of George Weah, that when the time came for her to leave, Weah was already popular because of what she did. And to see Ellen now supporting her vice president after 12 years, but take a shovel and then carry George Weah to go and break ground of a new road project. I have to say that George Weah was her vice president, and then that Mr. Weah will come and tell you and say, oh, I ain't taking nothing from Ellen, and Ellen did it, Ellen did that, as an opposition. Think about any worst opposition in the world. Maybe the one that I can think about now is Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Do you think those two people can get along easily like that as an opposition? You will be mistaken. You will be mistaken. But that's what we are letting you know here today. And that's why I'm very keen about we are then going into second round. That will be a strict victory for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Coming taking on Weah, Ellen is happy. Because no matter who Boca support, Ellen wins. Boca will not become president. Boca going against Weah, coming will go support Weah based on Ellen influence, Boca lose. So it's a win-win situation for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And it is a loss for Joseph Boyka. But the only way that they can stand better is for Boyka to be the head of the ticket, but it will not happen. Or for Cummings to be the number one man and Boyka be the number two man, it will not happen. So either way, Ellen win. And that what make her the Maradona of Liberian politics. She know how to figure things out. She know it. So let's listen to our man here, Joe Weah, again, as he finishes conversation here.
And Quada, you know, when you work in the interest of the people and you do the right thing, you know, people always criticize. But I know deep down in my heart that I've never taken a penny from anybody to compromise and our people's life.
So you still maintain your claims that the elections of 2005 were fraudulent?
Well, definitely, the Election Commission said it. They said that, yes, there was some fraud, but they can't override the decision. So while we're saying that for the sake of peace, we're gonna move on. But at the end of the day, you can say that...
Does that really make sense to you guys? Does that really make sense to you guys? Those of you guys who have gone through the election in America here, the man is saying the Election Commission saying they were fraud. That was not the Election Commission that said that. We are the one who came out and said there was a fraud. They came out and said that. They came out and said that. And he telling you now that the Election Commission said that. No. But that's why he was told to come out here and tell us. Because Ellen told him that. Yes. Listen to him more again.
Somebody steals something, but what is stole is little. I mean, stealing is stealing. You know, like we talk about corruption today. If somebody take $50,000 in the government coffer, then you're gonna say because $50,000, so it's not big, so they'll forget about it, and then they can't override. No, once you steal, you steal. They don't have big and small stealing. So I think the fact that the Election Commission said that there was fraud, and nobody can override the decision, then I maintain that the election results were not free and fair.
Okay, finally, it has been rumored in Monrovia and other circles that there is a pending merger between the CDC and the Unity Party.
Like I said in there, you know, we the biggest political movement, you know, we are the opposition You know, when you talk about Derby, we are the team that goes to Derby with Unity Party. If we join Unity Party, then there will be no competition. Then we'll narrow the competition. You know, but what we do is to participate in the political process by engaging political parties. Even the government, we express our views, you know, our people's views, you know, how they feel to the government.
Hold on there, guys. Hold on there. This is a very interesting conversation that this guy just asked in the form of a question that has to do with the fact that can CDC join the opposition? Remember, the election, this conversation was in 2012 when we had just lost to Ellen after the 2011 election, right? So the particular interview was after the 2011 re-election of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Now, the issue of merger was raised by this guy, where Unity Party and CDC could combine, and whoever take on them, they win. But what did we all say? No. Because you know why? Ellen told him, don't join with Boca. Because it's possible that Boca can come number one, and you can come number two, and then Boca will come after me. And Eddie said no. What does that remind you of about what we're talking about right now, folks? About the Unity Party merging with the ANC. And what some of our ANC brothers are saying, and what most of the Unity Party people are saying. See, when you sit down, you need to follow people who are logical in taking their time to break this thing down for you guys. Let's go back again to the video. Remember, let's rewind it again. We are just lost to Ellen in 2011. Eugene Namwe had traveled with the Omar now. We are having a party convention, and the question came out about merging with Unity Party. Listen here again, folks. Listen to this. Listen here.
Then we'll narrow the competition. You know, but what we are the opposition. You know, when you talk.
Okay, finally, it has been rumored in Monrovia and other circles that there is a pending merger between the CDC and the Unity Party.
Like I said in there, you know, we the biggest political movement. You know, we are the opposition. You know, when you talk about Derby, we are the team that goes to Derby with Unity Party. If we join Unity Party, then there will be no competition. Then we'll narrow the competition. You know, but what we do is to participate in the political process by engaging political parties. Even the government, we express our views, you know, our people's views, you know, how they feel to the government, but it's not to join them. And also, all of the other political parties we've been talking to, yes, we're trying to form an alliance, you know, we're trying to collaborate. But we're working towards it. That's why we formed a secretariat for all the parties to come.
Hold on there. You see why the video is so important? You see why the video is so important? The video is important because what we are explaining here is the same strategy that Ellen is using right now. She dismantled the CCP. The CPP. To be honest with you guys, Ellen was very instrumental in dismantling the CPP because she don't want that merger. Because that merger was going to make Boca president. So she dismantled it. So when you listen to We Are right now, he said, oh, if we join the Unity Party, that will make the competition narrow. Are you looking at what the consequences will be, or are you looking at the result? As a politician, you want your government to win, right? Yes, you want your government to win. But what Ellen was afraid of, if we had decided to merge with the Unity Party, Boca was going to be the standard bearer at the time Ellen is leaving office, and CDC combined with that magnum force, nobody was going to stand in their way. Even if you were going to be coming that time, along with Charles Walker Bronsky and Bernard Ure, Unity Party, CDC, Boca are going to be president today. But that woman saw that vision. She said, don't try it. Don't try it. And that's what we are saying, it will reduce the competition. Are you concerned about competition, or you want to just win about the result? What would be the result when we combine is to win and crush our enemy in the electoral process. So when you hear we are coming and telling you, it will narrow this down. No, because Ellen had lectured him on that. Now, look at today now. Why you think today, Unity Party people, when you tell them, can you guys merge again? No. We want to merge. We're going in by ourselves. The old man still playing you guys. The old man still playing you guys. The old man is still playing in the game here. She's a very, very calculated politician. I tell you guys, I give it to her. She's very, very calculated. The same question they're asking Rihanna. Ellie is in her second term, that she will not do a third term. They're asking Rihanna, is it a possibility that you will join with Unity Party? Oh, no. We're not joining the Unity Party. Because who will be the Senate bearer right after Ellie Lee of it? Joseph Boyka. We are already served as vice presidential candidate to Winston Totman. Joe Boyka already served as vice president for 12 years. Joe Boyka is going to be the head of that party. We are coming in. And he said, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know what's going on? Let's wrap it up, guys. It's almost done. Let's wrap it up.
By elections, after we won the first round and then we had to solicit from other political parties. And I think to build a team is important because it's a win-win-win situation. So that our method of engaging with political party is to make sure that they come on board so we can move the country forward.
So we are is telling you. So we are is telling you here, all right, folks. So we are is telling you that his mentor of winning is to engage with political party, but isn't Unity Party is a party too? So what sense does that make? Anyway, guys. So Vivian says, so what do you suggest? Vivian said, what do you suggest? I will answer the question for you, Vivian, because you are one of the dedicated person that I see with other people as I respect them too, including my sisters and here too. I think whatever or whoever holding Mr. Cummings' ear, he need to ignore that person and try to persuade Mr. Booker for them to combine. And whatever Mr. Booker may be asking for, something that he will want to do when he's president, let him give those things to Mr. Cummings and let Mr. Cummings sleep over it and see how much of it he will accept. Maybe, for example, if Mr. Booker say, I want you to audit Ellen, promise me that you do that, and I will give you my support. Who knows? If that is a condition that Mr. Booker is putting forward, and that would be the only reason that he will support Mr. Cummings, that he wish. If that's something he want, that his wish. And it will be up to Cummings to say, I will do it. Because remember, Joe Weah said, I gave Ellen 80%, and I will protect Ellen. So that was an understanding between Ellen and Weah. And Weah came out and said it. I gave the woman 80%, and I will protect her as a former president. Do you see Joseph Biden protecting Donald Trump today? Only the very institutions in the country are doing their job. So I think that's what I would suggest. My suggestion would be reach out to Booker, have a real man talk. Booker, yeah, if you were to become president today, what are the things that you want to do? I would like to do X, Y, and Z. But if you want me to join you, Cummings, here are the 10 things, but here are the 5 major things that I want you to do. Yes, these are the 5 major things I want you to do. Promise me that you do it. And out of the 5 major things, if one of them says you should audit Ellen, his word should be given. And that would be able to get Joseph Booker. Because that means that if Cummings take power, Booker will say he's going to implement my plan. Because you know what? Ellen is out of power. But whatever Ellen wanted, Weah is doing it for Ellen. Ellen children and bamboozle the National Central Bank, printed money along with Weeks. Weah did everything and exonerated them. No car was broken down by Ellen's son. Weah came to power, nothing took place. Weah failed to audit Ellen today. Guess what? He got his man Magid and all them in trouble today. So those were the words that Weah took from Ellen. And said, promise me, Weah, that you do these things. And Weah did it. And he continued to do it. So when I get called for merger, these are things that Booker need to look at. Because it's possible that when they go to the second round, for the coming election, Cummings could go and be with Weah one-on-one, which would be to the advantage of Ellen, right? But little does Ellen know that Booker and Cummings have already signed this understanding that when Cummings become president, he will fulfill exactly what Booker wants to do. So either way, when Cummings win, Booker's dream will still come true. Because they say true crawfish drink water, right? So either way, Booker's dream will still come true. So you ask a very important question, and I think that's the way I can understand it. Let me see what my sister say here. And thank you so much, Valentine. She said, Randy, if any smart day will understand what you just said, a hint to a why is quite sufficient. Absolutely. 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 Because you know why? Ellen did the same thing for George Weah. All that thing you saw George Weah doing. At that time, 2011, 2005, I didn't support George Weah. 2011, I did not support George Weah. I only started getting around CDC around 2012. But all the videos that I captured, I knew Weah was compromised. I knew he was compromised. He took some money. He took some money. And I can put my neck on the chopping board. All this sanction, Weah had not inside. Because Ellen had guided Weah in what to do. She had guided Weah in what to do because Ellen's mouth is always in Weah's ear. Because if Weah made mistakes, she out of that place, she's in serious trouble. So all the condominium we are building, I believe the money he received from Ellen when he became president, and he said, oh, but then I can spend it one here because I'll be expecting money to come to me now. And that's what he did. So Booker and Cummings need to sit down together. If they go separate, it will remind you guys, it should remind you guys about what we have just said in our interview. Is it possible for you guys to join together, Unity Party and CDC? Oh no, because Eddie already told him, my son, when you get in there, you got to protect me. You got to protect me. I will do everything for you. As president, I'm not going to get Joseph Booker. Because Eddie started making that hint a long time ago. She came out, she said, it's time for the young people to take office. when she was in Staten Island, where she made that remark that the women that took the voting card for the children. She even mentioned that in her last speech at the United Nations, that it's time for the young people to take office, because she had already getting the green light for George Weah, that George Weah would support her. She was in for it. And then during her last Meaning to Town project, we also saw her carrying Weah around, breaking ground. And then when we are talking, he said, I give her 80%, I'm going to protect her. It was all planned out. So there was going to be no merger between Unity Party and CDC while Ellen is about to leave office. That would be Ellen's greatest mistake. And that's why today Ellen is still sticking with George Weah. Ellen is still sticking with George Weah. If I tell you right now what's going on, that Ellen is behind all the guys that are getting busted in our government, Ellen is behind it and she will protect George Weah. Ellen is behind because it is a commitment. George Weah go down, Ellen go down. So when you see George Weah relax today, George Weah already know the end game as to what's going to happen. The only reason George Weah came out to talk about the CDC COP is because it was something physical that happened right in the country and everybody saw it. But what Maggie then doing is something bigger than what you and I don't know, but Ellie know and we all know. And that's why we are taking your own time, only suspend it and let things take place. But that thing that happened to that AU student, it was so broad that we came out and make a speech. You see, we don't like pressure. That one of we are weakness. We do not hate pressure. You pressure he will cave in. He doesn't like pressure. 2, we is afraid of the law, especially the women law. He afraid of the women law. We love good time. If we are already on a strike right now, to Monday morning when they say, President, if you don't fire Bill 12, the United States government will be coming to sanction you and your government. Before the day end, we will make comments straight and Magdalene will be gone. But we is all being guarded right now. Take your time. We got your back. And like I tell people, opposition, you shouldn't think that this thing is in our favor. It's not. Because you know what we can do. We are in the coming weeks, because remember from now to November, I'm in Ghana, September, October, November, like 3 months to hit December. The US State Department just came up with the information. And they can call we and say, if I have to talking about the weekend here, we don't know what's going on. You know, you got to go and speak to the nation, come up with your action plan. You're going to let the guys go. You can let the guy go, Mikey can see you in the net. Pietro can see you in the net. And Bill say you're running for representative position. Yes. Okay, let him go run. Maybe Maggie can go try a law. And Maggie say you want to run in Bangladesh country. Let Maggie go run. He coming in as a lawmaker. He will not be on the executive branch. Bill 12 will not be on the executive branch. They will be part of the legislative branch. They are separate, right? Yeah, so let the people go. Serena Sifa, we'll find something for him to do around here. Now, when you do that, shake the government up. Make sure that you don't become some type of authoritative government leader in this country. Try to fight against the corrupt people, lock them up. Magdalene should be the sample. Let them go through the due process. And then for the rule of law, make sure that these students, let them protest. Come out and say, look, it is the student's right to protest. Nobody should stop them. And then go to Washington, D.C., tell your lobbyists then to get you connected with Joe Biden. Once you come by, the people respect you. Everything the opposition doing that for nothing. But what can the opposition do right now? What can the opposition do right now? Because what I just said, if we are go by that, Washington is certified. Because when Washington came out and said, this is what we want to see done, these are the people here. If we are taking action against people, Washington, okay. Because Washington identified the people they don't like, right? Yes. They identify the people they don't like. So if we are taking action against people, Washington happy. It's a happy man. And Joe Biden will say, look, just go and do the best you can. We'll help you. And when we are come right back and take that Joe Biden statement and say, the United States, we support the United States government go against corruption. We support that. You know the white people here. They like to take all the glory. If we are come by a single thing, don't do for him. Don't do. So let me see what next year again. But thank you so much, Valentine, for that smart move there. You asked. I think you're getting a good question here. Let me see my other brother here, Justin Messi. Liberia institutions are not saying these things to end corruption, but rather making it worse. Yes, I mean, based on what I just said, if they completed to the opposite Justin man, then of course we are not ready. I mean, but I can say this: we are love a personality. Right now, it's between we are personality and the loyalty of those who you're trying to protect, especially the three guys. And I mean that he will mess himself up because he think that Adekoya said, yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. I got you. This is what you meant. I got you here. I got you here. All right? And he thinks by what he's saying, I mean, what his mind is going to help. No, it's not going to work. So Vivian said, yeah, but hopefully it will be in the overall good of Mama Liberia. Thanks for your response. Totally appreciate. Yes, I mean, sometimes we got to give and take. That's why it is. GRD is a good move. I mean, is in a good move and perfect timing. But my question, if they both agree to merge and agree to take on President Weah on checking on him after leaving office, but what will happen if Mr. Cummings refused to go after President Eddie Johnson Sirleaf? Well, that is something that's a very valid question there. And this is what we call agreement. This is what we call agreement. Why it is true that they will not make that public, they have already learned their lesson from the fingering document. So if they're doing that thing, they will either have to fly out of the country and go sit down among well lawyers there to sign that confidential agreement. And I don't think Cummings will be that kind of weak or let his guard down. If that anything Cummings agree to do broadcast stuff, then if both of them agree, they will have to travel out of the country to sign that deal, and they all will agree. So if Cummings default on it, then Cummings will be seen as a traitor because Boca will publish that understanding, and Cummings will become very, very unpopular in our country that he will not even survive the first 6 years. Yes. And that way, Boca can even escalate that to all Cummings stakeholders that he part of and say, this man cannot be trusted. He cannot be trusted. He promised to audit these people, and he never did that. And Boca can take that thing to even the U.S. government, and Cummings will be in serious trouble. And that's why it is important that both of them sign that memorandum of understanding. Yes, because of what happened with the 6PP document, both of them will be on their guide. So that's a very good question you asked there, but both of them will be on their guide. Yes. All right. So let's come back here again. And then Zion said, greeting to all. I am a Liberian plumber residing in the USA. Man, plumber made damn good money in the country. Let me tell you guys right now. I don't know where Zion living here, but Zion, I don't know where he living here because I got some job in the house here. And I bought my faith basin almost 6 to 9 months ago now. I can't even install that thing right now. I hope you are somewhere around here. Plumber made damn good money in the country. Let me tell you now, specialized in commercial and residential. There you go, residential system plumbing. There you go. Very promoting yourself here right now. Ain't no job too small, no job too big. There you go. I will support you on the one, my man. I will support you on the one because you know what? I believe in promoting my fellow Liberian businesses. And I can drive from my state and go to Philadelphia, Maryland to go buy African food. Then you come in right to my door here to come promote your business. I will support you 100%. Yes. But thank you for a job well done. You are one of those that I'm very proud of in this country that at least trying to get something for yourself. So consider yourself one of the successful Liberians here. I'm proud of you, Chief. I am proud of you. Yes. I'm proud of you. Let me see what Peter quickly wrote here. Peter says here, President Monk, yeah and no. Yes, Liberia did not meet those benchmarks. Ellen did not push for it and manipulated the process to make it happen sooner than Liberia who have had it. That I concede. All right, so that's a conversation going on here. It was not major victory. She understand process and procedure. She has not, she has not idea how to manage people or govern. She was one of the. I couldn't agree with you more. I would say, but yeah, I think Peter, you're right. She manipulated the system. That's where I would take it from you. She manipulated the system. Yes, she did it very well too. Yeah, she did it very, very well. And she was more of a image protecting person. Yeah. All right. So let me see my brother say, greeting to all. Okay, so he repeating himself here again. All right. We got your message now, Zion. We got your message. If you got a website, you got to publish your website too, Zion. If you got a website, try to publish it. All right. Mama Harris said, for we are, it is going to be what is best for him politically. That is true. Yes. This is something that is true. Yes. So I'm looking for the question that will say, okay, Randy, let's say everything you say here, check out. We are did everything right. Went to Washington, get these guys on the bus. What would the opposition? I mean, what would be the opposition position now? Because we will be coming back with a good record. I believe somebody asked that question, and I think Valentine asked that question, but it was not as direct as I'm saying it now. But let's say if we are does what we are suggesting here right now, or I'm suggesting. The plan B here is we all will continue to push Mr. Cummings, but they will also be asking for an additional boost. And that is, we want that merger. And we want for Joseph Boakai to come in and support the process. Let him come in and support the process. Let him come in and support the process. About what we saw about the agreement, whatever he wants, let him come and do it. And everybody got to step down their pride and support Cummings in the thing. Because here is why. I will not lie to anybody based on my own sense of feelings. If Boakai go with we are one-on-one, we are going to win that thing hands down. There's no way that Boakai can defeat we are. This I am very much confident. I will not lie to nobody. I am very much confident that Boakai cannot defeat George Weah. Yeah, he need to play the platform. Yes. Yes, I'm very, very confident. Yeah, so that's how I feel. So guys, I want us to listen to John Molu here, all right, about the corruption in the system. So let's go to John Molu. For those of you that don't know John Molu, you are the auditor for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and John Molu says something interesting that I want you guys to look at here. So we'll try to follow one of this thing here, and let's go to John Molu. He's going to say something very interesting here.
Am I correct?
Well, I don't know what is an announcement. Establishment she goes for the children of people who are in part of the political establishment, failing to realize these children grew up with their parents, and people learn from their parents also. So for me, I want people who don't have a brand name in Liberia. The same way I have been able to build a reputation for myself around the world, other Liberians can do it if they are given the opportunity.
Easier to control people that are directly under you within the ministries and everything. But what type of how would you implement some measures? What type of measures would you implement to deal with people like the legislature who they're in charge of appropriations and just trying to ensure that you get them under control? Okay,
let me give you an example. I told President Sirleaf then, I sent her a nice article that was written in an Economist magazine. Okay, the president of Argentina, all right, comes to power, female president. She had a choice to reform the governing system, to get corruption out of the system through reform, or punish people so that they know there's a price for mismanagement, so that they know there's a price for corruption. Right? So what did she do? Well, if you go the reform route, guess what you're going to get? You need legislature to help you reform. You need laws. You need their cooperation. In a give and take, in a corrupt environment like Liberia, you can't go after a speaker that you need for him to pass a bill.
All right, guys, let's do justice here. Let me start the interview over so you can get a clear cut of the interview, all right? So let's do this here.
Presidency that I, even John Morley, would trust him with my money. So the whole issue is Liberia needs money, and if we don't have somebody there that can instantly, I've been approached by quite a number of people, both domestically and internationally, to take a look at running for president. So the quick answer is we'll stay in the formative stages in planning that, and at some point, my team will make a determination whether to go forward. But at this point, the chances are probably 90%.
90%. Okay. So why do you think you're the best candidate for the presidency? Because in order to run, you must think that you have a chance of winning.
Well, if I were to run for president, what distinguishes me from the crowd is the whole issue of integrity. After Ellen Salif administration has ended in 2018, there's going to be a lot of financial challenges that the country is going to face. And we are going to continue to depend on domestic resources to move the country forward. We are going to also continue to engage the international community to move the country forward. And from what I'm gathering, both internationally and domestically, people want to give money to somebody they trust. And at this point, it is hard to imagine those who are competing for the presidency that I, even John Morley, would trust them with my money. So the whole issue is Liberia needs money. And if we don't have somebody there that can instantly generate credibility and trust, the international community are going to play a wait-and-see approach. And that could take 2 years for that particular person to kind of gain the confidence of the international community. So in the nutshell, I think it's credibility, I think it's trust, and I'm an action-oriented person. I think people know me. I say what I do what I say I would do.
You talked about the financial challenges that the country will face. What specific financial challenges are you referring to?
Well, number one, we have an economy that is pretty much in recession, I think. We got an escalating and worsening exchange rate, and inflation is going to be a problem going down the road. We have one of the highest in the region in terms of interest rate for people to be able to get loans to start new businesses. We got an economy that is heavily dependent on natural resources. And more importantly, as the president said, we have about $730 million debt. There's protection out there. But by the time our administration has ended, we're looking at $1 billion and $2. The interest payment alone on that loan will take away needed resources to build school, to invest in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. So you're going to need somebody who has the experience both in working in the government and the private sector, and as well as in civil society, and who has also worked internationally, and who understands governance issue to actually move that country forward. So you're going to need creative person. You will not, and I think one of the mistakes that we have made in Liberia over the years, we look at people's education rather than looking at relevant experience. For example, if you brought another person from the World Bank or the IMF or the international community or some big government institution that is bureaucracy, they are accustomed to living in the bureaucracy. Mm-hmm. You need somebody that understands markets, that understands how to create jobs. And I have done that both in government and I'm doing that now in the private sector. So again, in the nutshell, Liberia is going to face these financial challenges and you are going to need somebody who understands how to move the country forward. how to get us out of the financial mess.
Okay. So, now that we've agreed that you're running for president, or at least almost intending to, have you met all the qualifications for the presidency? Will you have met all that by 2017?
I've met, I think, and I know I've met all the qualifications that is there in the Constitution.
Including the 10-year residency clause?
I have met all the qualifications that's required, yes.
So you've maintained a residency in Liberia?
I have a residency in Liberia.
And the citizenship requirement?
Yes, and the age requirement. So, so I don't think the requirement is going to be the issue for me. I think the most important final decision making is going to be, number one, whether we can put together a team that can win.
Okay.
Because I believe strongly running for president in Liberia has always been the norm. Everybody wants to run for president. But I think this time around, instead of electing an individual, I think we have to elect a team. So when I tell you about 90%, it's all going to depend on whether I and the people who are supporting me can pull together a team that is representative of the capacity that Liberia has.
Okay. So you're talking about putting a team together. Now, what would a model cabinet look like? And what are the top three priorities that your administration would address?
The number one public enemy in Liberia is corruption. Okay? Nothing is going to happen in that country. I mean, absolutely nothing of importance is going to happen in that country until we deal with the issue of corruption. Whether you go back to 1847, to Joseph J.K. Rabot, to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the number one issue that has retarded the growth of Liberia is the issue of financial mismanagement and corruption. So, for example, I don't see any candidate out there that has any better plan to build infrastructure, to build education, to build healthcare system than Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf have had the benefit of the international community and the best brain from Harvard to Cornell, to all the Ivy League schools. They have lended their intellectual capacity to put together the best documents. Now, I'll give you some example. Poverty reduction strategy, democratic dividends. We now got Vision 2030. We have Agenda for Transformation. You go on and on and on. Ellen Sirleaf has the best plan. But you know why she hasn't succeeded? Because every dollar that is stolen is one less dollar that is left for her to implement her poverty reduction strategy or Agenda for Transformation. So unless we deal with the issue of corruption, something that she called a vampire, no good plan is going to move Liberia forward. Now, if we can handle the issue of corruption, guess what? International community is going to come in. Business people are going to come in because you know what? Real strong business people who really mean well for Liberia will not want to invest in a corrupt environment because corruption creates imperfection. They reallocate resources to people who don't need it, deprive people who actually need it. They undermine private sector. And as long as the private sector is not functioning, Liberia will not move forward. So again, whether you're talking about the private sector as the engine of economic growth, whether you're talking about healthcare and investment in health delivery system, whether you're talking about education, infrastructure, human capital development, all of these things are important. And in a government, we have to do those things to move the country forward. But if money is stolen and corruption is the way of life, guess what? Every dollar will be taken away and bank in some other country. And this is what I say. If I were president today, the first thing I would do, I would sign a compact with the international community, particularly America and Europe. The same way Kenya is doing, the same way Nigeria is doing, we have to recover every penny that is stolen. And this is where we test the commitment of the international community for good governance. And I believe the Americans will be happy. They're doing it for Kenya, They have done it for Rwanda. They are doing it for even Guinea-Bissau. Equatorial Guinea. In these countries. If they can do it for this country, how about Liberia, the stepchild? But we need a president that will take the bold step and tell America, look, thank you for all the help you're giving us, but we're not seeing the benefit because corruption has undermined our ability. And I think that's what the president of Liberia should have taken Barack Obama offer to fight corruption, just the same way he helped Liberia fight Ebola.
So this compact, can you just clarify specifically what you're talking about?
Well, for example, like in Kenya, okay? The Americans in Kenya have an agreement. They will fight illicit flow of money, all right? If you're in Liberia, you make it $500, but all of a sudden you got $1 million hotel, and the money is being moved around, who will make sure to determine where you got it from? If you can determine, we'll take it from you. Number two, we will make sure that those who have engaged in corruption don't flee to America and Europe and live in heaven. You'll be brought back. So these are some of the things that Kenya is doing. These are some of the things that Nigeria is doing that I think we should reach out to America, and America, with their capacity and their understanding of international flow of money, can help or recover some of those assets and serve as a deterrence for future officials of government.
But Liberia already has an agreement with the U.S. in terms of transferring fugitives or helping investigate issues. What would be the difference?
Well, transferring fugitive, that's a long-standing agreement, right, between the country. What I'm proposing is an agreement on financial crime.
Okay.
Under the Patriot Act, under the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, there are a lot of provisions within the U.S. law that Liberia can take advantage of to specifically, and I'm not talking about somebody who go murder somebody around here and they have to be sent back. I'm talking about financial crime. We have to focus our attention on asset recovery, confiscating stolen assets, and I think America will be important in that direction. The British are doing it for Nigeria, the Americans are doing it, and I think by reaching out to the United States, corrupt people in Liberia will have no more safe haven.
So besides corruption, do you have any other priorities?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I told you from the beginning, and the president, we want the people to have good health care. So we will invest massively in health care. This is what I'll say. For every dollar that is saved from corruption, 60% goes towards health care, 40% goes towards education. Okay? For example, Liberia today have 51 doctors. We're a country of 4.2 million. That's a lot of people to very few medical professionals. So here's one plan that I would suggest. And this is what we will do immediately. We will examine the national budget, okay? And I can tell you we'll find roughly, right now, $50 to $60 million that will enable us to bring 225 medical doctors at somewhere between 120 to 150,000 Liberian medical doctors. Those who are retired and those who just want to return back home. It's not going to be somebody from another country, real Liberians who want to return home. We can find and sign a contract with them. Within 5 years, they can return home. And part of their working in Liberia as medical doctors, they'll be teaching at a medical school, getting the capacity of the medical system. So there are ways you can quickly, without even looking for additional money, just within the context of the Liberian government budget, you can be able to extract money from savings to be able to do that. The other issue is education, right? You know what Thomas Jefferson said? The biggest challenge to democracy is our educated society. This is why when I went to the General Auditing Commission, I made a choice. They could live in a mansion. They could have big vehicle. They all could have gasoline. I cut all of that off. I said, okay, instead of having me distribute gas coupons on you guys or giving you guys vehicle, everybody go buy their own vehicle if you have money. But we're going to take every penny and we're going to put it in capacity building and training. During my tenure at the GAC, over 200 people had the opportunity to go overseas. Whether they were doing attachment in Uganda, whether they were working in Ghana, they had the opportunity to be able to be exposed to a different system. 45 plus people had the opportunity to get an MBA. We didn't have to. And I had the smallest budget, right? My budget at GSC when I got there was $450,000. By the time I left, it was about $3.2 million. Within that budget, I was also auditing over 90 institutions of government. 90 institutions of government on a $3.2 million. When one audit conducted by KPMG cost $1.6 million. But as an institution, the government of Liberia gave me $3.2 million. And within that $3.2 million, we were able to educate 45 people with MBAs. Because we forgo vehicle. We forgo gasoline. We forgo buying generator every year. And we use that money to educate people. And I believe if we could do it at GSC with such little budget, today GSC budget is twice the budget that I had when I was there. And I did more audits. Right? And so if I could use the little $3.2 million, do all the HIPIC audit, did everything I was supposed to do, plus send people overseas, plus educate people with MBAs, multiply that across government. If we all were doing that 45% per institution, by every 3 years, you have an educated society.
So, since we're talking about your time at the General Auditing Commission, when you were there were a lot of commentary that you were very political, and one of the statements you made while you were there was that, Ellen, President Sirleaf's government was 3 times more corrupt than the past transitional government. Was that an accurate and fair assessment? And if so, what specifically in her administration did you identify that made you come to that assessment?
That's a good question, right? Let me give you another example. I went to Liberia. I said the government was 3 times corrupt. I discussed this with the president. She was aware of it even before I made a pronouncement. She did not dispute the fact before I made a pronouncement. And even after I made a pronouncement, she's never disputed the fact. They only say they're not political. But that's what every Liberian said. If you are a Liberian to do bank reconciliation, to account for public money, they say you're political or you wish hunting me. So it's a standard defense. So I'm not even going to give credence to that. But maybe the Liberian people would like to hear the facts for the first time. One, on June 9th, President Sirleaf and I met and discussed the 3 times corrupt. That was the year before. May 9th, not June 9th. May 9th. Let me take that.
What year?
2007. Okay? I think she was coming to the stage the next day. We discussed it. She was aware. And she knew the problems. Because number one, we were very close personally. Besides Auditor General, we were very close as family friends. So I could tell her anything. So she knew. Here's the other issue. When I said 3 times corrupt, every international community, the American ambassador, Booth, flew from America to come and challenge me to prove it. The EU said I had to prove it. GMAP said I had to prove it. So I said, fine. The American ambassador spent 7 hours in my office. And after that, he went back to the president and told the president, leave him alone. EU told him, leave him alone. You know why they said we should leave it alone? Because they know I was up for a very big public fight. So we agreed that that issue be laid to rest, and as a government, we all move forward. But here's the point that you need to realize. You are living in America, you are experienced. EU was paying me. I was on contract with the European Union. If I could not prove my 3 times corrupt, you think they would have kept me on? They would not have kept me on. Not only did they keep me on, they renewed my contract for another 2 years. I was only supposed to be in Liberia for 2 years to get Liberia to HIPIC. And after that, my contract was ended. That's why I took a leave of absence from Unisys, where I work. I never quit my job because I only go for 2 years. But I did such an awesome job that Louis Mitchell, the EU ambassador for Africa, the EU commissioner for Africa, wrote me and the president and said, this guy has gone beyond expectation. And we have asked him to kindly stay on for another 2 years. So again, the whole 3-time corrupt was not something that was said in vacuum, was not something that was not supported. Because if it was not supported, I was hired under the GMAT program. There was a lot of pressure for me to be dismissed. In fact, some people even called for me to be charged with treason. Okay? It didn't happen thanks to Clayton Watterson. Senator Clayton Watterson had to intervene and said, no, the guy is doing his job. You can challenge him on the fight, but you cannot charge him with treason. But in any event, I won't go to the details because that was an agreement. We said, I'm going to be back, I'm going to move forward. But I'll give you one example, right? I'll give you one example quickly. I go to Liberia. Before I get there, I'll talk to all finance ministers that I could lay my hands on, former finance ministers. The first thing they all told me, go and ask for the carry forward balance. Those who don't know accounting, let me put it in a very simple.
I mean, I know we are enjoying the show right now, but I just want to stress the point here. I want you to listen to what Molu is about to say here about how the government corrupt, how McGill got their money. This particular part, I want you guys to listen to it carefully. Listen, this is how McGill and others who are stealing from the government today, this is the point he's about to explain, and that's why I stop it. So just enjoy yourself, because this will really empower you to understand how deeply involved corruption is in our country. So let's go back to that video, and thank you for at least understanding me right now. So I'm going to go back on pause here so that you guys can listen to Mr. Molu here. So let's start.
Whenever you end the month, I never quit my job because I only go for 2 years. But I did such an awesome job that Louis Mitchell, the EU ambassador for Africa, the EU commissioner for Africa, wrote me and the president and said, this guy has gone beyond expectation. And we have asked him to kindly stay on for another 2 years. So again, the whole 3-time corrupt was not something that was said in vacuum, was not something that was not supported. Because if it was not supported, I was hired under the GMAT program. There was a lot of pressure for me to be dismissed. In fact, some people even called for me to be charged with treason. Okay? It didn't happen thanks to Clayton Watterson. Senator Clayton Watterson had to intervene and said, no, the guy is doing his job. You can challenge him on the fight, but you cannot charge him with treason. But in any event, I won't go to the details because that was an agreement. We said, I'm going to be back, I'm going to move forward. But I'll give you one example, right? I'll give you one example quickly. I go to Liberia. Before I get there, I'll talk to all finance ministers that I could lay my hands on, former finance ministers. The first thing they all told me, go and ask for the carry forward balance. Those who don't know accounting, let me put it in a very simple term. Whenever you end the month, they send you a bank statement, right? In your bank statement, you either got $0 or you got -$, or you got some dollar left over that you carry over the next month, right? In the case of Liberia, every year, there's no balance carry forward. So that means Liberia begin afresh every year. So all the finance ministers that I talked to told me where the biggest corruption happened is the money that is left over because it's not factored in the next year budget. So when I went to Liberia, I asked for the bank statement. The government of Liberia refused to give me the bank statement. But guess what? I managed to get hold of it. And in the bank statement, huge cash was sitting there. And I knew that was around May 15, that the government of Liberia was spending about $15 million a month. And my projections show, just based on the cash, they're getting about $50 million, but they were collecting about $12 to $13 million. So with the bank balance, they were going to end up the year with $47 million cash. That's where all my problems started. So I went to all the officials of government. I said, y'all got to disclose this. Nobody wanted to disclose it. So I published it. And guess what? If you look at the 2007-2008 budget, it was the first time in Liberia that you will see a carry forward balance. So the question becomes, what has been happening to all the carry forward balances?
That's the
I wasn't smart enough to figure that out.
That is the valid question there, guys. That is the valid question that he's asking right now. That is the valid question there. What has happened to all the balances when they start a new budget year? And then where these guys are stealing. Yes.
The former ministers have found that I asked, I said, look, what should I be looking for? And they say the first thing you should look for is X, Y, and Z. And that's where I look for the carry forward balance. So now people will argue that, oh, you never had any proof. But do they know what it took me to disclose that $47 million carry forward balance? It took a lot of inside fight within the government to get that done. And I believe in transparency. I believe there were Liberian people government money, and under the law, I was supposed to be transparent and disclose everything. So guess what? Every Liberian knew for the first time in 2007 that there was something called carry forward balance.
Okay. So moving on, as somebody who's been working outside of Liberia for the last 5 years or so, do you, it's become a trend in the modern Liberian political era that, so-called outsiders or people who haven't been living continuously in the country feel that they're competent enough to and qualified to run for office, even if they haven't had regular interaction with the people of Liberia on a day-to-day basis. A lot of Liberians are a bit resentful of that. I'm sure you're aware of this. And they see this as like a opportunity for people abroad to come and exploit opportunities that exist in public office. How would you?
I have never had such a problem. Guess what? Because I get along with the Liberian people very well.
Okay.
Whether I'm in Nimba or whether I'm in Lofa County, I think Liberian people can tell the difference. Okay, I live in Monrovia. And I fought a government for 4 years. I survived. You know how I survived? Because of the trust of the Liberian people. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What Liberian people are upset with, though, is a group of people who have the mindset that Liberia is a farm. You leave your luxury home and your mortgages in America, you go to Liberia, you steal, you grab, you come back here and live. That's the problem Liberian people have. I don't think they have a problem with individuals, but the action of a few individuals, right? The action of a few individuals had tinted the perception of the Liberian people as to what people who are coming from the outside are all about. It is understandable for a typical person living in Liberia that have gone through the difficulty of living in war and post-war country to see a few group of people who jump away from America because of patronage and political connection come into the country overnight. They're wealthy. Corruption creates resentment and anger. Economist magazine said that when they reviewed the 10-year of peace in Liberia. They said the number one thing on the lips of Liberian people is corruption. And that's creating resentment and anger. For example, how do you think if I live in Liberia, if I lived throughout that war and post-war, and then I hear on the radio, some lady came from America and the national port of authority, $800,000 in one or two transactions is gone. 800 United States dollars. How you think I would feel? Most of these people can't even afford money to send their kids to school. But people who couldn't make a living anywhere else, today are making a lot of money in Liberia. When the late Harry Green writes about $80 million at no car, and Chris Neo say, I left $31 million. Poof, Noka is going bankrupt. And who is Anoka? The majority of the people who are Anoka are people from America. So that creates resentment. But if we, as Liberians in the diaspora, in and out of Liberia, went in and said, you know what? I'm going to come to our value, not to take away. I'm not going to come and be arrogant and take your money because I'm closer to the presidency and go scot-free. If we were doing that, there would be no resentment. Or even if there is resentment, it will be minimized. But as long as corruption is put in the face of people who have struggled and lived their life in war, and they are suffering the effects of living in a post-war country, but they're seeing the few people that are coming and living a lavish life, I don't see why they won't be resentful. I would. If I were in that situation, I would do exactly what Liberians in Liberia are doing to people in the diaspora, because we have to behave. And this is why you asked me, what kind of administration will you guys have? Right? It has to be a new set of people. All right? And when I told you about building a team, if you brought in people like you who have a real degree, okay? And one of the problems in Liberia, people Google these days. They know when you come in, you see got PhD, and then you got it online, and they see you driving car, they're going to start questioning, okay? But what we need to do to change our country is the same thing Barack Obama did for America, is the same thing Bernie Sanders is doing, is the same thing Donald Trump is doing. You got to go beyond the establishment. You got to bring a new set of people that have not been tainted by the corrupt system. And that's the mistake Ellen Sally made, though. She brought in the same old people that have been doing the same thing over and over and over again. Even if Ellen Sally was Jesus Christ, and she brought those kind of people around her, guess what? She won't succeed. And I told her from the get-go, go outside of the political establishment. But the outside of the political establishment she goes for the children of people who are in part of the political establishment, failing to realize these children grew up with their parents, and people learn from their parents also. So for me, I want people who don't have a brand new in Liberia. The same way I have been able to build a reputation for myself around the world, other Liberians can do it if they are given the opportunity. So we have to reach out beyond. And if Liberians in Liberia saw new people that were new faces, educated people, people who have compassion for the country, were coming back, guess what? The resistance will decrease. But the caliber of people that are in government today, if I were living in Liberia as an ordinary, I was Auditor General, and I was mad like hell about their lifestyle, about how they were mismanaging government money, and how they were arrogantly putting corruption in the face of mass suffering. If I live there, Jeff, I'll be as angry as these people are.
You've talked a lot about abuses of government funds and how you would combat it. We still keep getting a lot of news about perceived misuse of government funds. Particularly, you've most likely heard about the Speaker Alex Tyler, and in his own words, he unveiled his hotel that was worth $1 million. So you can, it's easier to control people that are directly under you within the ministries and everything. But what type of, how would you implement some measures? What type of measures would you implement to deal with people like the legislature who they're in charge of appropriations and just trying to ensure that you get them under control?
Okay, let me give you an example. I told President Salih then, I sent her a nice article that was written in an Economist magazine. Okay, the president of Argentina, all right, comes to power, female president. She had a choice to reform the governing system, to get corruption out of the system through reform, or punish people so that they know there's a price for mismanagement, so that they know there's a price for corruption. Right? So what did she do? Well, if you go the reform route, guess what you're going to get? You need legislature to help you reform. You need laws. You need their cooperation. And a give and take in a corrupt environment like Liberia, you can't go after a speaker that you need for him to pass a bill. If I were to become president of Liberia, I'll be like Argentina. First 6 years, guess what I would do? No legislation. We got enough laws on the book. I will use the law to arrest them, jail the speaker, like we do in America. Arrest him, jail them. Okay? Jail them. I mean, he's a big guy. Let everybody know, where did you get $1 million from? That's what when I was talking about illicit flow of money, right? That's what they do in the U.S. If you are making $50,000, all of a sudden $1 million show up in your bank account in the U.S., it got to be reportable to the IRS, right? So the first thing you do, you ask them. If they can't account for it, you take it from them. And then you jail them. In this country, Congress people go to jail, right? I mean, we saw Congressman Jefferson, he's in jail. So what you have to do, you have to tell the legislature, I don't want you to pass no law. I'm going to use the existing laws on the book. And that's the strategy I told President Salih that we use. Forget about reform. Because guess what, Jeff? If you try to reform, people will undermine the reform process. Because reform means their bread and butter through corruption is going to be taken away. They're going to resist. Even in this country, they will resist. This is why when I went to Liberia, I went like a sheriff, right? I mean, that's what people say, the man political, the man this, he's harsh, he's unfriendly. No, I was a sheriff in town. When I come in town and you are the president of Liberia, you listen. When you are the speaker, you listen. So guess what? Again, it's all about leadership and the strategy that you use. Number one, Jeff, nobody in Liberia that I know or internationally will say if John Modu were leader today, who food to steal $1? I'll be sitting in the marshal auditing there as they spend public money. So in this country, you went to graduate school, you live in this country, what did they say? The tune at the top. Corporate governance is all about the tune at the top. In my little company where I sit today, if I'm corrupt, my staff is going to be corrupt because they take the cues from me. So that's what I told President Salih, rise above, punish. Reward and punish. It's a very, very proven and time-tested method to bring about fundamental change in a country. In this country, America, when we come here, we wear our seatbelt. Why do we wear our seatbelt? Because when you get caught, you're going to pay a lot of money in fines, right? Why do we not go and steal public money? Because you're going to go to jail. So, a Liberian is the same Liberian. Live in Liberia one way, live in America another way. But they're still Liberian. So people who say Liberians are inherently corrupt, I don't believe it. Because guess what? When they're in London, they don't do that foolishness in London. When they're working here at AT&T or MCR or the big company, they don't go strike deals and undermine the company interest. So, but what did they do in Liberia? Because it's a country that have nurture impunity, that bases everything on patronage. So, my answer to you about speaker, about legislature, about people in government, you gotta punish one of them. Okay? And here's another thing that Brent need to understand. Everybody in Liberia say, I took a loan. The first thing they tell you, I took a loan to build my house or to build my hotel. I took a loan to do this. But I told the outgoing central bank governor, Mary Jones, as Auditor General, I wrote a letter to the president, Mary Jones. I said, show me the country where somebody walk in the bank and in cash $100,000 check, put it in a bag, and then go divide it. Show me. Where somebody walk and in cash 10,000, 100,000, 200,000 check over the counter. Show me in the world where you go in cash company check. Like even my company here, where I say, if I were in cash company check over the counter, I get busted, I go to jail. Because all company check must be deposited. That's the rule in America. But in Liberia, when I was doing, for example, the county development audit, superintendents were in cashing $100,000 check and putting it in a bag and going to Lofa or Nimba or whatever and distributing the money. So the banking system in Liberia got to be cleaned up. And if people are saying they all got their money to the banks, then we have to do a complete overhaul and audit of the banking system to see how many of these loans are in default. And is it insider trading that they're doing in Liberia? We just saw another bank got bought over because they were about to go bankrupt. So a lot of people will argue to you. I bet you speak a Taro, I think I read something where you said, oh, I took a loan. $1 million loan. Well, what collateral did you have for $1 million loan? Can you go in this country and take $1 million loan? You better have some collateral, man. So, but these are the questions that people are not asking. Okay, you got a loan. How did you get a loan? Did you use influence peddling? Did you use your influence in the bank to get a loan? Was the loan given you on an arm's length transaction? Was it legitimate? Did you have collateral? Because I don't know any country where somebody just get a $1 million loan easily like that. But in Liberia, it's possible. So there are a lot of ways that you could quickly, within 6 months, demonstrate that a new sheriff is in town. One, as a president, you got to distance yourself from the group. You got to be above. No matter your weaknesses, people will look at you and say, you know what? I believe in the integrity of that person. And don't mess around with them. Number two, don't focus on reform. Use the existing laws that already exist and punish people under those laws. Number three, clean up the banking sector. Because I will tell you one thing as an accountant and as a finance guy. You know what Thomas Jefferson was so much afraid of banks?
Why?
Why? Because he felt that banks are the most evil. I don't agree with Thomas Jefferson, but if you look at all the financial collapse in the world, it's not possible for there to be systematic corruption in any country. And you can disprove it. There cannot be the level of corruption that's in Liberia without the agreement by the banking system. The banking system is the problem. There will not be a collapse of Enron without JP Morgan or all these other banks supporting, or at least looking the other way. So this is why I believe the central bank governor failed, in my judgment. And he and I had a lot of disagreement. He and I don't see eye to eye because I was pushing him to clean up the banking sector. Because as an auditor general, I was overseeing the whole government, and I saw at one point where somebody willy-nilly created a fictitious account at the bank, at Echo Bank, falsify the president's signature, falsify the minister of finance official signature, and in the matter of a day or two, transfer $1 million willy-nilly to a fictitious account. How is that possible? So I told the central bank governor, the thing they're doing in America, we need to do a stress test on this bank. We need to figure out what's going on in the banking sector, because my fight against corruption is never going to succeed without cleaning up the banking sector. So these are the areas that I would target immediately. And I can tell you the private banks will collaborate And I will tell you one thing, and then you can double check the Otiawan Congo when he was Solicitor General. The international community said, freeze all the assets, right? They wanted to freeze Taylor people assets. The Liberia Bank, FBDR, the bank that's supposed to be the government bank, refused to cooperate. So unless we can begin to look at some of these issues, number one, leadership and integrity, focus on punishment and cleaning up, be a sheriff, go out and fight crime, fight economic crime, and forget about all the reform. Because how many laws can we pass? We got public financial management law, we Turbo. You know what I told Ellen Sally one day? I said, Turbo law. Huh? Whether you like Turbo or not, he was far ahead of his time in terms of the kind of law that he had in 1972 for Liberia. I mean, the executive laws are so good. In fact, the executive law that I was operating under is far more powerful than the Auditor General Law of America. Turbo was that far ahead in thinking. So all you have to do, use the current laws that are on the books, you can clean up that country.
Okay.
But if you try to go through the reform route first, before punishment, guess what's going to happen? You're going to need a legislature. And as long as you need them, they're going to try to compromise you. Because it becomes that, hey, you want to come after me? I'm not going to pass your law. I'm going to strangle you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. But enforce the existing law.
So you have said a lot of things that sound really good, and could make for good campaign promises and campaign rhetoric. What's going to make you? Why should we take you any differently?
Because I've been there and done that. I was the Auditor General of Liberia, and this is not boasting. Okay, I'm not trying to be a Donald Trump here, but I'll tell you one thing though. I'll tell you one thing. You go to the European Union, you ask them, all the Liberians, including Eddie Selly, who you trust most with your money. They say John Moore. You go to the American government, you say who you trust most, they will say John Moore. And I can prove this. One, the Obama administration believes so much in my integrity and my stand on corruption and accountability. I was the only person that was single-handedly picked and nominated by the United States government to be Undersecretary General for Oversight at the UN, equivalent to the Auditor General of the United Nations. I asked the American, why me? I don't want it. They said, no, because you have brought transparency and you are the right person to clean up the United Nations. I went to interview, I met with all the Undersecretary Generals. But Ban Ki-moon needed. And this is what people miss. People say, oh, he didn't get a job. But no. If you can go and Google the Washington Post article about the chief investigator post of the UN, that post has been vacant for almost, 10, 15 years. And everybody was beating on the Secretary General to appoint somebody to that post. So he called me in July on a Saturday and said, look, out of 135 people, you guys are narrowed down to 3. It was me, Canadian lady, and South African. But I was the only one with the accounting background, who has served in the developing country, but more importantly, I also had the investigative background. Okay, so I had a forensic credential, and I had the auditing and the accounting credential. I had all 3. But the Secretary General said, I need you to help me clean up the system. So I want you to be the chief investigator of the United Nations. Saturday, July. I called my wife. My wife said, did you read the Washington Post article? I said, what do you mean? She said, I'm sending it to you right now, but that post that they just offered you. She said, moving from what? A fire to a frying pan. Don't take it. Immediately, I called back the Secretary General. I said, I'm not going to take that job. So what I'm telling you here, if I had wanted, and this is an Ernest in her interview, and I'm only mentioning this because people need to know, because in her interview with Rodney Sear in 2011, August, she made a joke. She said, oh, The Americans supported him to be Under Secretary General, but he did not get it. You know, that was the lowest time in my life where my president will be happy that I did not get the second highest post at the United Nations. But that said, she said, oh, but they offer him another job. It was not just another job. It was the chief investigator of the United Nations, which means I was being over UNMIL, I was being over all the peacekeeping missions, I was being the biggest guy investigating the whole United Nations. So in terms of credibility, the international community, by their own appointment, by their own confidence, as I speak, understand they will trust me more with their money than that of the people who are running for president. Number two, I don't need to convince Liberian people because they know I gave up a $15,000 job. Okay? $15,000 according to the president I was making. But I'm going to declare to you today, I just didn't make $15,000. Some months I made $5,000, some months I made $10,000, some months I made $25,000. Because it was a contract and it was based on the exchange rate, because I was being paid in euro. So as the exchange rate went up, and also it was based on the number of days I spent in the country, because it was a contract. But in any event, let's agree that it's $15,000. I was willing to keep my integrity and walk away from a $15,000 job. And secondly, I was willing to walk away for a president who was so close to me that I did her book proposal. The child would be great. I walk away from a friendship with Rob City, a guy who was, everybody know, a best friend of John Morley. I walk away from all of that. So I think I've been there. I have done that. I might not be perfect. Only Jesus Christ is perfect. But when it comes to the issue of public money, and you come from Virginia Tech, so you can know I come from UVA. Whether you like Thomas Jefferson or not, he's a man who believes in transparency. Who said one day he will want to live long enough so that the public finances of America can be published in the newspaper. So that every American can see how their money is collected and spent. This is not a direct quote, but that was Thomas Jefferson's statement. So, like Thomas Jefferson, I believe strongly that democracy only succeeds if there's accountability. That democracy only succeeds if there's transparency in how public money is collected and spent. And more importantly, if there's a rule of law that enforces the abuse of public resources. Without those three fundamental foundations, you're not building a democracy. You are building something that's going to collapse. And nothing is more possible for the potential collapse than to build a democracy of corruption. Because corruption, as I've always said, undermines the rule of law. Because guess what? Justice becomes for the highest bidder. Those who can bribe the system get justice. If things are not transparent, those who get job are not a guy from MIT, are not a guy from Virginia Tech. Those who get job are those who can maneuver the patronage system. Accountability is simple word, right? Big word, accountability. It basically means account. I give you $5 to spend. The base school, account for the $5. We did not say account for $5.10. We did not say account for $4.95. We said we gave you $5. So account for that $5. And for me, unless that is done, we don't have a democracy in Liberia.
So UNMIL forces are, they're going to be drawing down from Liberia. And the next president will have to contend with how to deal with the country when you don't have the support of UNMIL. So my question here is what are your thoughts about the timetable for UNMIL's exit, and how can you assure people that, under a Molu presidency, that there will be political stability and security?
Well, you need a stable environment for people to live. You need peace and security for people to have hope. But here's my take on that. I think they should have been gone in 2012. Okay? Number one, they did that in Sierra Leone. After the second round, after the second election, in Jankapa, all male left. They have stability. But Liberia is missing two ingredients that is causing people to have the kind of level of anxiety about hunger. When the country is very poor, and in the midst of poverty, you got unequal, illegal wealth distribution to 1/10 or 1% of the population. That in itself is instability by itself. With or without hunger, people will get fed up and rise up. Hunger being in Liberia for another 6-7 years does not really make Liberia to put its act together. Okay? And we don't want to create a situation where we not only depend on the international community to help us fight Ebola, to sponsor our educational institution, to pay for everything that works, but you also want them to provide you security. If that's what you want, then just ask the Americans to stand calling power to take over the country as a trusteeship. Because that's effectively where you are now. You are under the protection of who? The United Nations. And once you're under the protection of the United Nations, it might not be legally written that you are under a trusteeship, but you're really a de facto trusteeship of the international community. Liberians got to choose a path of sovereignty and independence, or they have to choose a path that they're going on now, continue dependency and pretending that they have a democracy in the country. So if Sierra Leone can do it after their second term election after the war, why haven't we been able to do it?
But the issue at hand here is that there is an election coming up.
But there was an election in 2011. There was an election in 2006. So after the 2011 election was our second successive election.
So you don't think that UNMIL should withdraw after the 2007
No, they should withdraw. I said they should have been gone.
So you think, okay, given as it is right now, you think they should continue with the plan to withdraw this year?
Yes. I think they should continue with the plan to withdraw. If Liberian people want peace, they will have peace. But guess what? If you leave UNMIL there after the election, the next government will say, I need UNMIL here. Because they're not yet stable. So they will be making the same argument. All right? I think in fairness to the Liberian people, UNMIL should have left and let Ellen Sirleaf secure peace on her own. But they have babysat Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government. They have pretty much babysat her the whole time, giving her all the protection. So she really haven't been a full-fledged president like Doe or Taylor or Todman or Tobowell. All right? She has a government that is effectively provided security by the international community. So again, I think we should not create a moral hazard where the next government will say it's not fair to us. You were there for 12 years, now you're about to leave our country not stable. We will make the same plea to the international community come 2018. So my guess is leave and let Liberian people fight it out. Okay? They will not go to war. They will not go to war. I don't think anybody is going to go to war. But if they want to go to war, right? If they want to go to war, if that's the path they choose, let it be the chosen of the Liberian people. But having UNMIL there to babysit us for another whatever, how many more years that people want, I don't think so. I think people are just making the argument take us through the election. Well, we said that. They got through the election in 2011. Now they're going to take us through this election. And they might as well. And I believe in the end, Ome is going to stay. I don't think they're going to draw down. They're still going to have complete control over security with the perception that they have taken over the Liberian. But they themselves believe in the babysitting of country. So I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to withdraw. But the fight that Liberians, after almost 12 years of peace, you guys are still begging for Omeo and even debating the issue that Omeo should stay is a sign of complete disappointment, and that we haven't moved forward an inch. I think at this point we should be celebrating. Thank you, Omeo, for bringing peace. Thank the international community for bringing peace. But guess what? Today, people are angrier than they were in 2005. Some people even believe people are angrier today than they were under Charles Taylor, because food prices are high, massive suffering in Liberia. Yeah, we blame it on Ebola. But even if before Ebola, remember now, before Ebola, there were what? Ellen must calm down campaign. People were already angry in 2013, 2014. People were angry that the president must go. But the point is, if we have not been able to secure peace on our own, and we have allowed this Omeo to babysit us, and now we want Omeo to babysit us, Omeo is going to continue to babysit us for the longest that we can. And I think sometimes we need to say, okay, here's a point where we have to either die or live. And I think like we should make that decision and have the biggest party for Omeo and thank the international community for a job well done. Thank you. We can take care of our peace. The government, people are afraid that the government is going to use the police against them. The government is going to do this. The government is going to do that. Guess what? The government is also composed of human beings. And not every soldier, not every police is in line with brutality. There are some who are. But the danger will be if the government try to create any kind of chaos, the government loses too. So I think it will be in the government interest to maintain peace and stability. And it will be in the interest of Liberian people to demonstrate maturity. But the question really people are asking, and this is the big elephant in the room, right? People don't want to say it. And I talked to all the politicians. Everybody believe and have already concluded in their mind that there's a fix in the works for the election. As far as they're concerned, Ellen Seli have already decided that she's going to cheat and they're going to go to war if that happens. So the whole idea of Omeo staying is not so much about individual personal security, but politicians believe that Ellen is going to fix the election and they should have the forum to dispute, to demonstrate without police brutality. And if we can't have an election without such fear, then take the hard bullet and settle for General Colin Powell or Wesley Clark. I mean that's the way. I mean I'm not trying to be unreasonable, but I'm also trying to be practical here. Omeo staying in Liberia is a lot of donor money that is going into Omeo. Come on, $200 million. I mean, imagine now. America brought DACOM, right? The company DACOM. They said they spent over $200 million to pay the military. The Chinese have spent a lot of money to build the police and the British. And, I mean, a lot of money have been invested in the security sector. The Swedish are investing in the security sector. Everybody with money is investing in the security sector. Then after 2 years, we stay whining and complaining about Omeo staying. I don't want to downplay the anxiety, but let's give the obligation to Ellen Seli. Her final hour. This is her final moment to transition a country If she fails, then she end up like Doe. Then she end up like Tobo, right? Because she would be the first president if she does the right thing. And this is where presidential leadership comes in. She got to rise above. You got to rise above like Tijan Kaba. I don't know where you remember Tijan Kaba of Sierra Leone. Okay? He was a post-war president. He won first term, second term. Third term, he partly lost. He walked away. Right? You got Kufua in Ghana. He partly lost. He walked away. But Babo, he didn't want to run away, right? Laurent Gbagbo did not want to walk away. Abdoulaye of Senegal did not want to walk away. In fact, he didn't walk away. He got defeated. But Senegal is a strong democracy, more stable, so they were able to weather the storm, right? Kenya, Kibaki, what happened to Kibaki? He didn't want to walk away. Kenya went into flames, right? They almost collapsed. So the question becomes for Ellen Seri, does she want to be a Laurent Gbagbo or a Kibaki or Abdoulaye, or does she want to take the higher role and be a Tijan Kaba or be a Kufua? That's the choice she has to make. And the security of the country rests in your hand. And she has to make that choice as a matter of being the president and as human being, as part of her own legacy. And I think Ome being around will take that choice for Ellen Seri. We will never really know the true Ellen Seri if she hasn't been able to govern all aspects of the country. She's governing only one, a little bit here and there. So she has not been a true president for the first 2 years of her administration. GMA, right? The GMA was the co-president for the first 2 years. The American ambassador was a co-chair and she was the chair. So for the first 2 years, we had GMA, right? So GMA left. But we have our own mill. And the SRSG effectively running a significant portion of the country, stability and security, which is a fundamental requirement of any country to protect and defend its people. But that fundamental requirement that is in the Constitution has been taken away from our president and given to. So at the end of the day, how do we write Ellen Seri history? We're going to say, oh, she was a president running the country on one hand, and Omeo and the United Nations were running there. So she has never really been tested. So let Omeo leave in June, let Ellen Seri be the president. Let us see her in action. Let her transition the country to democracy. But I will tell you, is she a Kibaki, a Laurent Gbagbo, or Abdoulaye, or is she a progressive African president like Tijan Kaba and Kofuade that left power even in the midst of defeat? That's the choice she has to make.
To be fair, you're not talking about whether Ellen would stay over and go into a third term.
No.
Hey guys, y'all please join me on the other side so we can wrap all the evening with one or two topics. Please join me on the other side. So I'm shutting down this section of the broadcast, and I would like to say thank you. Please join me shortly. All right, and thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys on the other side.